Shalom. I need y'all to help put together this picture for a Naga, man. I need y'all help decipher in this picture. Can y'all help a Naga, man? All right, it's supposed to be like, what's this? I love the real history. WW, man. Always dropping that drop. Shafaris del Rey in the Alfama district. View of the square with the King's Fountain in Lisbon. Dutch painting. 1570 to 80. Close-up of a man who appears to be the King of Portugal. The king wears the cross, the Order of Santiago, which was founded in the 12th century, and he owes its name to the national patron of Galatia and Spain. Spain, huh? Spain. Back to the Spain. Where's Spain, right? I mean, all this is relative. Spain of the West we got, right? We're going to get it again. Map of Galatia. This is all America, man. North America, man. But we're Spain, right? So, under whose banner the Christians began in the 9th century to combat and give or drive back the Moors and Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula. Cover story, just like World War I and World War II. Attack of the Clones. Clone Wars, they call them, in the Star Wars, right? But who's the Jedi? Who's Judah? It appears to me, that the Christians and the Muslims were working together to conquer the Hebrews or the tribes of Prester John. They were fighting for their place in the reset. They were fighting as a cover story. And just like we are, as the U.S., supposed to be beefing with whoever over there, right? China, Russia, whatever it is tomorrow, right? So that's a cover story. They're working together to conquer the Hebrews to this day. They use the same plan. And you see this Naga, King of Portugal, they say, who's wearing the cross of Santiago, which represents Spain. You don't think he's a Moor? And since we're talking incubator babies, man, welcome to part 4, man. Does this make you look at this picture a little differently? Can you help me decipher this? Look at this Naga over here. Dancing with his, could it be incubator baby, associate? I mean, could the incubator babiness already be popping off in Europe, right? Because by the time Benjamin Franklin is writing the Observations of Mankind, calling all of Africa black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, which is all black, we got before, right? So America is wholly so, not partially, wholly so. Europe, Spain, Italians, French, Russian, all these guys. When we talk Europe, Portugal, my Naga, we're talking the swarthy complexion. Natural by law. To be natural is to be the work of the Creator. Is to be a native. Because a native is produced by nature, and nature means the work of the Creator, the original. The American, Khan means priest in Hebrew. Khan, and Genghis Khan stole the Khan. And now the Khan is applied to descendants of Europeans born in America. That's the hijack city anthem. We could be born anywhere. We're born this way. We're born this way. You could be born anywhere and take their land and take their title of Khan. And now we're African America. But the Afro just means earth, right? So we're just talking the dust, the earth. Anyway, we're talking copper color, swarthy Nagas. And swarthy means black or tawny. Like the Moors, like the Spaniards, which means we're talking like Portugal, right? Can y'all help me decipher this painting here, man? Swarthy are black, and Benjamin Franklin saying, don't send no more blacks over here, man. And the Germans are black. Don't Germanize us. Don't Germanize us. I ain't making this stuff up, man. Okay? It's the observations of man or concerning the increase of mankind, man. Kind of man. And in 1751, this is just on the heartbone of the Chickamauga Wars, right? This is part 4, incubator babies. And don't be offended by the incubator baby drop. I said, don't be offended, incubator baby, by the incubator baby drop. Because we got to question where you come from, too, so we can see clearly, man. All right? So, okay. Okay. Slow. My bad. My bad. I got a lot of you just popping off. You're like, drive, damn, bro. Like you started out kind of crazy. Look, they're kind of man. Let's just understand before we go further. They're kind of man. We're talking to Swarthy, which means we're talking to Spaniards, Portuguese, and all that. The whole team. And just because they're more Swarthy don't mean that these still aren't Swarthy. We know the Franks, literally the indigenous sued to get their title of Franks back or French back. This is an indigenous title. Don't Germanize us, he said. It's the observations of mankind. 1751. But America, boss, they say America has been at war 93% of the time. We say 100%, boss. Love to global research.ca. So when he's kicking off his 1751 observations of mankind, and he's saying in 1751 what? Don't Germanize us. And since detachments of English from Britain sent to America will have their places at home so soon, supply and increase so largely here, why should the Palatine Boers, Moors, I said Moors, be suffered to swarm into our settlements because we're just settling. Because America, you could be an American and just settle here, now applied to the descendants of Europeans settling in America, right? 1751, man, this is what was happening when Dragon Canoe said, no mas, no more land to this incubator babies, no more reset, boss. So we talk 1810, world fairs, resets, and all these things, man. Understand that's on the heartbone of the Tecumseh, man. Tecumseh, Tecum. The Ta is the Tau, the covenant. The Kum means to rise, boss. We rise. I said we rise. Tecum. Strong's Concordance 6965. Cool. Lexicon. Cum, arise, to stand, to establish, to confirm, to endure. How long shall we endure, Khan? Hey, how my Khan Dizzle Fitty. That address flow. How long? How much longer shall we endure? To fulfill is to cum. They say quam. We say cum. To cum is to come. All right, come here. Rise, raise up, stand up, establish, confirm, endure, fulfill. We talking Hebrew when we talk to Kum, say whether they put a C or a Q. We talking Hebrew. When we talk to Kum, say we talking a Hebrew Khan. We done established this. Go get the drops. We're talking a Hebrew priest king. And when these hijacks realize with real eyes that they hijacked Israel and America, that they hijacked the Hebrews in America, the seeds of King David. Are you serious? That's who you hanging on trees? That's who you calling strange fruit? The Kum was to rise to make a stand. This Khan was making a stand. He was bringing this, so-called Native American alliance up, right? He wasn't Pan-African. He's Pan-Native, right? We are all-encompassing to our indigenous nature, natural, by law, creator created. HaWah. I said, wah. I said, wah. See? You feel that? That's what we call it creating. It's the wah, wah, like Hawaii, right? To rise, to make a stand. You're talking Kum was making a stand and establishing the homeland. This is the last Hebrew stand, right? The last chance of these Hebrews. And what happened? Right? You got the Moorish treaties right on top of them, right? 1787, peace of friendship, pieces in friendship with the hijacks as we're fighting the Chickamauga War. And the Chickamauga just meant the river of death, because so many Nagas was dying around this river that they called them the Chickamauga Nagas, right? Or maybe as a deeper meaning, the HaWah, like agua, that water. So when we talk reset, keep the Indian wars in mind, the Seminoles, right, who was tribed up with the Kumse, right? The Creek in there, the Muskogee in there, right? You know what I'm saying? Choctaw, Chickasaw, like the biblical wars, right? Keep Ishmael migrating in mind, right? Because Ishmael was migrating. We got that before, right? So keep all this in mind, all these Cherokee wars. You didn't have a time to be slave. So that's why they had to make incubator babies. Don't be offended by the incubator baby drop. We all deserve to learn the truth. And I don't mean that all these incubators have to do with so-called white people. Because if this is a Moorish thing, if this is an Atlantean thing, that means that they use these things for any creation, right? For any set of genetics. It could be black, white, Filipino, or Asian, right? It could be all these things. So it's not just don't get one-dimensional, man. Just see the whole world and the whole reset, right? Look at Japan. We know that ain't Japan, right? We know Japan is right here. Right? We're talking North America, right? So we know Japan is the real Japan. They even took this off the map. You don't even see this landmass no more, but the real Kapangu is Japan, right? Some call it Japan. We're talking about Cathay, the real China is North America. The real Asia Major is North America. The real India Superior is North America, my noggin. And the Moors would call it Northwest Africa, Amexem, right? In South America, they'll call Southwest Amexem, right? Because everything's Amexem. Everything's Afra if Afra means dust, if Afra means earth. Everything's Afra if it means earth. So what happened, man? They created a false Japan over there, right? This ain't no offense. This is just an hypothesis for the code keeper surfing the wave. And shout out to the conglomerate packs. All these drops are going to be on the conglomerate pack. I'm going to put this one on it, man. All 4-part of this 4-part series. Because, I'm going to do a dismount right here. I can't talk no more incubator babies, all right? But no, we're going to keep digging on it. But, I'm going to put the 4 parts here. And the Prester 153 is going to be on the conglomerate pack. I ain't recorded it yet. So, I appreciate your patience for the holdup. But by now, we're creating a masterpiece. This conglomerate pack, will be a masterpiece, and you can still get it for $90. It's going to have everything on it. It's 256 gigabytes. My Khan's been waiting patiently. I appreciate that. My Naga's got in the early Dragon special, got the $45 on it, man, plus the $5 shipping. So you're going to get it for the super low, because once it hits the website, my Naga, you know what I'm saying, it's going to be more. So you can still get it for 90, my Naga. And yeah, you know, this Prester 153 going to be on here, man. And you know what I'm saying, so much more. All these links, all this new recon's going to be on it. So, hey, Hob, you can still cash app us. Everything's below if you want the information to get it for 90. I think it's gonna be 150 on the website. So before it hits that 150, get it for the 90, man. Hey, hi to the cons. You know, we get it out early, you know what I'm saying? These particular packs are so, you know, the storage is so great on these things that they're like $30 a pop, a little more than that. So, you know, we gave it for 45, you know what I mean? Like, you know, we're barely making anything off these things. So once it gets to 90, we can start making a profit and actually, you know, do it, you know, for the intended purpose, is to support the platform 432 The Drop Radio. Since we don't monetize a lot of these drops, and we can get it from the products, we can and do a dual purpose and preserving our information, man, keeping a time capsule. So these packs, you know, whether they're $50, $45, $90, and eventually the conglomerate pack, because it's going to have all the ether packs on it, ether pack 1, 2, all the Prester packs are going to be on there, all the Prester John investigation up to 153. You know what I'm saying? It's going to have the flat earth information, the flat drop, everything in one pack. You know, so you bought it separately in some cases for 45. This is going to have everything on it. You know what I'm saying? So you'll be really getting a great deal, because you'll have everything and you'll be able to get it in one place. And even if it's at 150, you're still saving hundreds of dollars instead of buying them all separately. So they'll be in a 256 gigabyte flash drive. And again, all my content in the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. I'm trying to get to all the emails before Shabbat. And if I don't get to your email before Shabbat, please just send me one more reminder. I know y'all been patient. Just one more email just to make sure, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, I'm doing this. It's just me doing it. It's me, right? I'm doing it personally, man. So it's taking a while, but I want to make sure, you know, all praise HaWah. I wanted all this information on your pack, man. So you've been patient and you have all the latest. And please give me one more email. If you haven't heard from me by this Shabbat, just give me to this Shabbat, this Friday, sundown. If you ain't heard by then, just send me one more email and I'll get to you next strong for sure. And I appreciate my Nagas. And as I'm accumulating this drop to get this drop out and taking care of my beautiful 6 children and make sure everything, you know, is good at home. I'm still going through a whole lot. I don't really open up about a lot, but you know what I'm saying? It's really caused me to have to step back and slow down in certain places, and you know, certain things like the emails and there are different things. It's just been hard to kind of, you know what I'm saying, you know, get in the flow, you know what I'm saying? We still got to get our radio popping off, our website got to be back up, right? So it's a lot happening personally, and then just getting the structure flowing, and you know what I'm saying, making sure that we have a repeatable process that's easy to observe and repeat and flow with. You know, just to get the full vision, you got to sometimes take a step back. So I thank y'all, you know, Max ThaWaDa for all your support, all the Cash Apps, all your donations, the PayPals, everything, man, to make sure that we were flowing and got the lights on and were able to work on our products and get our, you know, shirts popping off and our slogans popping, you know, everything we do. So a lot of it comes out of pocket. Y'all helping a lot, man, just by remembering, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, keep the water flowing like we do, you know what I'm saying? So we keeping the water flowing together. 432 is a group tribal flow, you know what I mean? And it's only here because of your AHOB and your, you know, continued support. The water to my cons, man. This has been all this is about, you know, working together, you know what I'm saying? And unfortunately, we got a frequency that some haters gonna hate, you know what I'm saying? Some people born to hate, you know what I mean? This is the same frequency that we was fighting against from tip top. So I just want you to remember and let this be a reminder when we're talking 1800s, Coney Island, incubator babies, this was also happening too. So these vacant areas they're calling, these areas that they had to repopulate, they're saying the great Tartarian cities were repopulating, or Texas Naga cities, Meshi Khan, Moshe, Amexem, right? Meshi, Moses. Don't take the Moses out of Amexem, Khan. Moab, that wouldn't be a great service of you to take the Moses out the Meshi, right? The Amexem, right? The Amexem. Don't take the Moses out the Shem, right? You're going to have to admit who we are. You're going to have to admit what you've done. This is Psalms 83, Confederacy, right here in your face. And this was our last stand. It's the Kum said, well, trying to get all the tribes to tribe up. And again, we end up fighting our own brothers and sisters, right? Because they was making Moorish treaties, siding with the incubator babies, the clone wars, right? The clone wars, right? They sided with the clones in there. And really the black faces behind the clones that were using the clones as a straw man, right? This is all happening. 1751. This is all happening in the 1700s. So by the time they established in 1776, we said, oh, hell nah, we went to war. We weren't no slaves. We didn't have time to be a slave when we whooping their ass, man. They had to get orphan trains and create their slaves the same way the Moors did and the big head scientist Yaqub did, right? They created their slaves. They created their opposites, our opposites, the alchemical serpent, the cadmus, the conscientio. The bringing together of opposites is the only way, I said the only way, to slay the alchemical dragon. The mysterious substance of unknown origin, the vessel in which the spirit is contained. I'm talking renewal, boss. Ain't you in the mood for some dragon, some renewal? You know what I mean? The dragon ain't the serpent. But these serpents, black or white, many are black, right? Are impersonal. Unconscious orphans, right? Incubator babies, impersonal, just now getting some consciousness, bursting into consciousness. Mythology and dreaming, man. They dreaming of their America, right? So this act of conscientio is the bringing together of opposites, is the creation of our opposites. This is the alchemy they did on us and sent them crazy mofos in Europe that they created. They sent over here and promised them land and gold, and they came over here eating the naga, right? Bringing everything to life for them. For them, right? A parasite gets new life when it spreads in your body, but it kills everything, boss. The serpent is everything and nothing. They're trying to be like the nine. The monstrous serpent is an impediment, a danger, boss. Prison violence fire is needed to escape the danger of the diabolical serpent. Really? That's crazy. And the only act of slaying us is the conscientio? That's the only one? Is that what we saying? I'm just trying to interpret this picture. Is the only act of slaying us the coming together of opposites can slay the dragon? The cadmus, sulfur, what does sulfur got to do with it, man? Ooh-wee. Must be removed to stop the process represented by the dragon. They got to remove the moisture and the sulfur. What does it mean? What is this stuff they spraying in the sky, man? What are they blocking? Your solar power, what else are they blocking? The sulfur, what does it mean? Ooh, the opposites they create slays us. But that's what the serpent does, because you're this. If they take your vessel, if they take the vessel away, then the spirit is now free to be hijacked. But when the vessel is guarded, like a guardian angel, guardian dragon, contains that ruach, kundalini rising, right? Or kun, because we're talking about taking a stand. Is it kundalini or kundalini, right? Kun. One letter rule, Horace Butler told us that. I'm just trying to interpret this picture. Seems to be a bunch of swarthiness. Because Benjamin Franklin told us all these niggas are swarthy. We're talking about the Moors. I'm gonna leave it for you. Read this whole thing. All right, Germanize. To Germanize meant to spread blackness, swarthiness. So how did? All right, man. Look, I might be all over the place, but don't mind me. This is part 4 of Incubator Babies. If you gotta go a little crazy, you gotta get a little out of yourself to try to get the point of what's happening here, man. Drop not crazy. Drop not trying to go crazy. These people crazy. They want to anglify us or Englify us. But the ang is the wang is the Khan. Right? Let's talk ruler. Hold up, man. Slow down, Drop. I want to talk junk DNA too. I'm going crazy. I want to talk humunculus, because they're going to keep saying something about this humunculus orphan situation. It has to do with alchemy. We're talking about alchemical serpents, ain't we? And it refers to the creation of a miniature, fully formed human. And they said that they were cranking out these orphan babies at 1 year old. They came out at 1 year old. Don't call me crazy. This gives us a whole understanding of the jinn and the genie. Genie in the bottle. Come on, man. All right, man. Where's Taco, man? Before I go crazy. We're talking Coney Island, man. Coney means rabbit. Rabbits produce. Rabbits produce. Coney means rabbit. The reason rabbit replaced the older Coney. Coney was used as a pun for, come on, man. No, man. Coney Island Incubators, man. Rabbit Island is what it's made. Rabbit Island. Where's Taco, man? I'm just saying these whites are undead demons. Is a white. A white is a thing, is a demon. So if you're white, you can't represent the vessel in which the spirit is contained. You are the soulless. The dragon guards the soul. These serpents are impersonal. They are soulless. So the white is a demon. Okay. And Nagas want to call themselves black, bliggity black, because they're trained to speak English, Ang. Who's the Ang? Where's my Tagru link, man? We're going to talk Hans, man. We're going to talk Khans, man. We're going to do some more Mopai meditation. We're going crazy. Who else combines Incubator Babies with Mopai meditation? Talks to Kumse and black and white at the same damn time. Only Drop Nation. Black is sullen, darkened by the clouds. Black is dismal. Black is calamitous, mournful. Good morning, hell night, morning. Dismal, hell night, black. Atrociously wicked, horrible. That's black. White means demon, right? So white means demon, and black means horrible, wicked. Wicked, demon. One more time. Wicked, Manage, white is black, and black is white. So their Masonic checkerboard, black, white, is telling you in your face, subconsciously or something, that it's the same damn thing. A demon, a wicked demon. Where is my Tagru link, man? I gotta go back and wiki for this, man. Tagru, man. We're talking Hans and Angs, man. Tagru. Wiki. Come on, man. It's Prester 153 coming up, man. Keep this in your mind, bone. Tagru is identified with the legend of Prester John, also King David. Do you understand? Why we compare Prester with the King David is because we're talking priest king, and David is the only anointed king or Khan, right? Psalms 89. David is anointed Khan. Read the book of Samuel, right? He's not a king that Israel was begging to be ruled by a king. No, David is connected with the covenant. Psalms 89, right? Okay. Tagru, Asia Major, right? Identify with Prester John and King James. Right. So you got to combine the Mongol history, right? That they tell you is for somebody else. You got to combine that with the Hebrew flow. You got to combine that with the indigenous American flow. And then you can see the Ang. And when you can say they're trying to anglify, they want to anglify, and they want to be the English. Benjamin Franklin claims to be the English. And he's talking about anglifying us. They will never adopt our language and customs any more than they can acquire our complexion. He's just talking about the complexion. Which leads me to add one remark that the number of purely whites, right, in the world is proportionally small. So the demons are proportionally small at this time. All Africa is black or tawny. I need y'all to help me interpret that painting, right? When we know that Portugal and Spain are black or tawny, as is all of Africa and Asia and America is wholly so in Europe and Spain, which means Portugal too. Italians in France, and the Russians, the Rus, right? And the Swedes are generally what we call swarthy, and swarthy means black. As are the Germans. Don't Germanize us with these swarthy complexion niggas. We want to anglify them. AMG, Ang. Because only the Saxons, who with the English make up the principal body of demons on the face of the earth. The English are the Anglish, which is why they say anglify them. We can anglify them because we're the English. Dodge the vowels, man. One letter rule. Horace Butler told you this. So whether they say ENG or ANG, they're just talking the Ang. And why is it important? Because the Ang is the Khan. Dodge the vowels. Anglish, English, English. Dodge the vowels. The Wang Khan is the Wang Han. Why is that important? Stay with me, boss. We're going to talk Hans. We're going to talk John and Juan and Hannah, like Lady Hannah, wife of Prester John. These titles, these are just titles. Hannah's a title. Han's a title. Khan is a title. Wang means king. Right? Khan means priest. So the Wang Khan is the priest king, like Melchizedek. King, Zodek, priesthood. Right? So the Wang is the Ang. Or in Spanish, they'll say Juan. Or in English, they'll say John. They'll put a J, even though J is an invention after this in the 17th century or so. So, yeah. In Spain, it's called the land of the West or something like that we got last time. But it's also called Andalus or something. Andalus. Look at the Anda. He's the blood brother of the chief, of the Mongol chief. Yes, again. Or excuse me. Let me back it up. Going too fast. So it says Tagru, right? Who is the Khan of the Kara. The Kara, it's like the Carolinas, right? The Carolinas, the Kara. Katan, right, is black Cathay. The Kara means black in Turkic or melanated copper color. Kara connects to the Carolinas. The Katan is the Cathay. The Cathay, right, it's right here, right? C-A-T-H-A-Y. K or C, one letter rule. Horse brother taught you this, man. Japan is here. China's here. Asia Major's here. You're already home. That's why the copper color races are found here. Swarthy. Benjamin Franklin's telling us only the English are white. Only the English are white. But the English are the Ang. Are they really the English, or are they incubator babies? How did they repopulate Germany when Germany was all swarthy, right? Spain was swarthy. Russia is now all white mainly. It seems, right? America got a whole new look to the Native American. Mexico got a whole new look to the Mexican, right? All the Central America got a whole new look. Bolivia, Paraguay, everywhere got a whole new look. Ireland got everyone got a whole new, France got a whole new look. Did they been popping off these incubator babies, man? By the time we're hearing about it in the World's Fair as its greatest attractions, they been popping us off. They're repopulating the whole world. This is a reset, right? Meaning whites are in power, right? But they got a negative birth rate, so they can't reproduce fast enough. Like rabbits, but Coney Island ain't about natural reproduction. It's about incubator babies. Who's the Han? The Han is the An. So they're saying he died 1203 because he went to war with Genghis Khan, who's a Naga. We'll see, look. All right, Khan of the Kara Kata. Research the Karians. Connected with the Nestor. The Nestor means old king renowned for wise counsels. Connect him with the wise Khan. They couldn't call them regular Christians. They had to be Nestorians. Nestor, it just meant they were connected to an old king renowned for wisdom. But he was the blood brother, or Anda, which means a blood oath. So they had a blood oath, like David and Jonathan. Blood brother of the Mongol chief Yesugi, who is the father of Genghis Khan. So you can't deny Tagru. You can't deny Prester John. Not in the Mongol history, right? Which means great ones. The Mongol, just like the Moor, means great, greater, great, the greats. So who are the greats other than the Hebrews? Who are the greats other than the code keepers, the Israelites? And those rocking with the greatest, most high over everything. If you ain't rocking with the most high over everything, boss, you can't even be considered great. It don't matter if you're the bloodline of David or not. If you're rocking with a false god, you fall to the bottom, right? because HaWah don't see you. And yeah, an outsider who is loyal to the creator can have more value than someone who's an insider in the house of David and is a treacherous traitor Naga, right? Trying to backdoor Naga, right? So you don't want no backdoor treacherous Nagas around you. So we got, us talking about incubator babies does not excuse us from us, and that behind these incubator babies is still a Naga that look like us. And in this case, we're talking about Prester John versus Genghis Khan. Because Prester John, right, Tagru, they call him, in the Mongolian, the Toral Han, right? This Han title plays heavy. When you recon the Han, it's going to take you to the HaWah Xia, the HaWah She, the Shishia. And that's the Olmec flow, to the Aztec flow, back to the indigenous, native, natural flow. Originals. I can't make this up. This is just the intro, God. We've been doing this all praise HaWah, man. We're surfing the wave, thick or thin, man, through whatever we're going through in our lives, man. We keep rallying back together here. Y'all keep supporting the Naga, man. I'm rocking for y'all. I'm rocking for the tribe, because I know y'all care. I got family members. I got some of the closest ones to me, man, that they don't check for none of this drop. It's like they don't care, right? But we care, right? We know what we into. We know the wave we surfing. And we here together, you know what I mean? You see that this ain't nothing drop making up. This ain't something we just, you know what I'm saying? We surfing the wave. I've never heard of no one combining the Mongol flow with the Hebrew flow with the Native American flow. And how that's unlocking the Japanese flow, the Chinese, everything flow. But the Anda connects to this brotherhood. And Yesugi has a son, Temujin, who is Genghis Khan. And what I'm saying is black on black, right? You already know Tagru, the Prester, you already know. They call him Ethiopian and all this stuff. You know he's a Naga. We already been through this. Go get the tribe. But, you also got to understand that when we talk Genghis Khan, it goes deeper, right? It goes deeper. We got to meditate to this. We got to meditate on what I need y'all help to decipher what we see, man. Make sure y'all can read it all. I don't want them to leave nothing out. We'll go a little further. All right. See if I can do it like this. Okay, well, the last line is painted by Russian painter via Smirnov, 1883. I think you see the top three, right? So, Prince Michael of Chernigov, a Rus, a Russian prince, was passed between fires in accordance with the ancient Turco-Mongol tradition. This Turk, they know that they're the Mongol. The Moors connect to the Turks as well. The Kara means black in Turkic, right? And the Moors connect with the Ottoman Turk flow, right? And same banner, right? Same symbol, crescent moon, everything, right? So Batu Khan stabbed him to death for his refusal to do obeisance to Genghis Khan's shrine in the pagan ritual. So Batu Khan, right, who's the son or grandson of Genghis, stabs the Rus, who they depicted as a Caucasian. We got the real painting. This is actually like a later painting. It had all melanated people here. All these were like, melanated people. So this was no white man. This was all melanated people. But they kept Genghis at least still melanated on this one. The point is, Genghis is a slim black man, so-called, right? And it says, note that Genghis Khan is depicted as a black man. And this is 1883 Smirnov painting by Russian painter V.S. Smirnov. V.S. Smirnov, 1883. Genghis Khan is depicted as a black man. That's what it says. That's what it says, right? And they're stabbing this Rus because he don't want to bow down to it because he's keeping the code. Wow. When we talk Russia, we know Genghis, Benjamin Franklin. We're talking Ang, right? When we talk Russia, we know we're talking Swarthy. So we know we're not looking at no Rus looking like this. We're talking Swarthy. I said Swarthy complexion. Right. Genghis Khan depicted as a Naga. Meditate, vibrate. Okay. Okay. Wow. Okay. So when they talk about being English, Anglifying, and how they're the English, and the English are the only principal body of whites on the face of the earth. And he could wish their numbers were increased, which is why they need incubator babies. All they do is scour the planet, clearing America of woods, and so making this side of the globe reflect a brighter light to the inhabitants of Mars or Venus. Why should we in the side of superior beings darken its people? Increasing the sons of the Afra, which means the earth. Afra means earth. Why increase the sons of the earth? Why increase the natural by law, right? The originals, by planting them in America. Don't bring no more over here. Don't bring no more over here. America's wholly swarthy. And the Russians are swarthy complexion. So this can't be no Rus. They want to anglify. They want to be the English. Because if we take their English title away, what do they have? The Saxons? That's Isaac's sons. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's Isaac's sons are the Saxons. They can't have that. And they can't even have the Ang. Because the ENG or the ANG or the ONG, it just means what? Wang. It just means what? King. John. Khan. Priest John. Khan John. Wang Khan. And Genghis went to war with him straight up, just like he did the She. So when we talk Xi'an and Danxian fields and kidney elixir fields with the Shishia, the Xi'an plays heavy, the Wan Ki, the Yin Yang Wan and the Wans, all these are Johns, all these are Wangs, all these are Angs. They can't Anglify us, they can't Anglify us, they can't Englify us, they can't Anglify us. Nah, not when you're talking HaWah, right? The HaWah is on, right? And when you're talking Shishia, These remaining Katans are the remaining Cathay, the Katai. The Kitai is Cathay. We're still talking about the She. Ain't the She the Almec? Don't you know you in Africa? Northwest Africa, Amexem, according to the Moors, and that plays heavy because we're talking Moab in there. And don't Afra just mean dust? Huh? So you're in Northwest Earth. Yeah, we're talking Earth, and ain't the Almec, the Almeca, don't they refer to themselves? Right? The Almec called themselves the She, the same name they use in China. Wow. Ping pow. So when we talk Tagru, connecting with the She, right? That they're bringing out the mud, right? There were land rights letting them know what the people look like here in case they forgot, because they knew they were going to bring incubator babies. But these are the She. These are the Aztec. These are the Olmec. That's the mother, father race of the Aztec and the Toltec and all this, man. These are the Hebrews, and the X is the Tau, the last letter of the Hebrew, right? Which means the covenant. And the covenant is with the house of David forever. Psalms 89. Right. Because the scepter will never depart. Gotcha. And the same She Dynasty written about in the Mongol is the same She Dynasty, Shishia connection in the Native American, indigenous American flow. Which is why you got to compare, contrast these Khans in the Mongol, which means the Great One, history. But we're just talking Prester John, King David in there, with this indigenous flow and the Hebrew flow. This is the war. This is the Katai. This is the war against, the hijacks. Katai is the Cathay, is the Kathai. You see how they change the Y's and I's and C's and K's and get us confused? Cathay is Katai, is America, which means pure land or promised land. And yes, this is a mother-sucking dragon. And this is Japan, and this is China, and this is Asia Major, and this is India Superior, and this is the homeland connected with Mu and the Muan. And the She is the She. Because the Olmec called themselves the She. Just like when they were in China, and we know this is China, or Kana, because there ain't no cha-cha in the ancient languages. It's a hard ka, it's a hard K. We'll get back in there. We got, let's go. So, let's go. So the point is, man, as we've been talking Tango and the Swarthis, right? We talked about it. Go get it. So just backing up this, story, right? That we connected with Tagru, who is Wong Kong, right? Priest King, Prester John. Prester means Prester means king. Prester means priest. John means king. Y'all know I've been doing this a long time. Forgive me, man. But we're still talking Chinese, right? Which are the She, right? Right? All right? Let's see clearly as we talk incubator babies. All right? Let's just see clearly. All right? The Olmec call themselves the She. Right? The Xia Empire, the Mongol Empire, right, is being invaded by Genghis Khan. And the She, or Almec, even call themselves this when they use it in China. And China is America, because the Chinese sail upon this ocean. And the Khan of China is the American Khan, which means priest, just like Wang Khan. And the Car is like the Carolinas, which means melanated, right? And when you have a Kara Kata, then you have a melanated Cathay, or the copper colored race is found here in the Promised Land, Pure Land. And Prester was tribed up with Genghis's pops, but Genghis wanted more. He wanted to be Khan, and he stole the Khan, which is why they called him, Genghis Khan later, is that he took the Khan from the Wang Khan. This is the Khan he took to be Genghis Khan. And he didn't look like this. He looked like this. Got it? Y'all with me? This is over 10 years of investigating. So bear with us, man. We surfing away. All right. Okay. And the Western Xia was also invaded, right? Because little besides, we're talking the Xia, Xia or Xi, little besides the rise of Temujin and its conflict with the Western Xia is known about the HaWah's own reign. 1203, Tagru was defeated by Genghis. So Tagru was defeated by Genghis. El Prester Wang, Juan, John, Wang, Wang is the Ang. They can't be the English. They can't be the English when this is the Ang. So he was tried up with Genghis's pops, but Genghis wanted more, right? And even though they family, right? But they're not blood family, but Tagru was a blood brother, meaning they had a blood oath, right? With Yasugi, a major chief of the Kamang Mongol Confederation and the father of Temujin, who later became known as Genghis Khan. And he's from the Borigine family, and his name means like 9, meaning he had the auspicious qualities of the number 9. Ooh, so Pops was popping off. And we got some theories we would get back in the Prester investigation of where Genghis Khan really came from and who he was. And we even have surfed the wave of him being Nebuchadnezzar, which is a title meaning Nebo, defend my boundary. We even play with the possibility of him being the son of King Solomon with Lilith. Whoa. I mean, it's it's crazy, but there's recon talking about that. That's very private and secretive, man. So, and if that's the case, he's the son of Solomon, and his mama is like the first mom of creation, so he's super popping off. And he's like, look, I'm going to take down this house of David because I am part of the house of David by blood. And y'all ain't going to play me like this. Y'all ain't going to play me like this. I'm Solomon's bond. I'm Solomon's bond. You ain't going to play me like this. This could be where Genghis is coming from. But Prester John didn't want to give him any daughters for him to marry because of some infighting they had. So he went to war with Prester John. And what happened? Right? They say, right, Wang Kong was the name given to Tagru by the Gurkhan-led She Dynasty. And these Gens, the Gen is the dragon, man. All this is dragon talk. We're going to get Serpents of Wisdom. Let's go. By Mark Amara, we're going to get into these Gens, man. Genie in a bottle. Wang means king or prince. David is king of kings, prince forever, man. Ezekiel 37, right? Jeremiah 30. Hosea 3. Psalms 89. How many witnesses that David is Khan forever? The Wang forever, the Ang forever. Tangut was one of several Asian leaders who was identified with the legend of Prester John, but also King David, who they call a brother to John, but that's conjecture because these are both titles, you know, these are the same people in most cases. The King David is the Prester, you know what I mean, is the Pope. Right now it's the Pope, but before it was the Prester. Nothing was higher than the title of Prester John on the earth plane, which is why the popes were trying to contact him. The Crusades were about finding him, finding this so-called black man. The Wang Khan, Prester John, Emperado de los Abyssinios. The Abyssinian name predates Ethiopia. Before it was Ethiopia, right, in Greek name, whatever, it was Abyssinios, meaning mixed multitude, like the mixed multitude of Moshe. Because more than just Israel came out of Egypt, right? And before Abyssinios is the Habasa. So dodge this Ethiopian Greek title, man. Don't be married to it. You're talking Habasa. You're talking Abyssinia. I'll be seeing you. Abyssinios. So Big Unk here, Big Ang here, Big Khan here had to go to war against somebody like his nephew. You know, he was his best friend's son, and he had to go to war with him, and he stole the Khan. I know, it gets deep. So Tangut was defeated by Teping. Tangut's son Nika Senjun fled to the Tangut territory. Do we have a map in America just like we have Cathay, right? Just like we got India and China in America across from Florida, like we got on the other map, right? Like we got with the Kapangu in the 1500s. This is a map of America and the way to China as men believed it to be, which an old pilot showed to King Henry VII in the year 1500. Just like we got China here as North America, India Superior, Cathay, China. We got Tango above Florida, right? And Tangut was defeated by Temujin. Tangut's son Nika Seljim fled through the Tangut territory. And these are the people who inhabited the Western Xia Dynasty. So the Tangut are the Shishia. The Tangut are the Xi. And the Xi is the same name they used when they were in China. I'm talking Amexem, man. We talking Amexem. These are the Xi. They say in history what happened to them. They disappeared. No, Managa. They're called black today. They're called African American today. They're called colored. They're called niggers. They're the Xi. You're the Shishia. The Western Xia Dynasty, man, is the Tangut in America. Florida boasts is these same swarthies that they're finding here, holy soul, in America. Is who Genghis is fighting against. Because this is Genghis Khan depicted as a black man. 1883, because he's a black man. Fighting his big Uncle Prester, right? Huh? This is what the war, this is what's behind it all, Manaka. And the descendants of those of Prester, they don't even know who they are today, right? They in the hoods, right? They in the ghetto. And the descendants of Genghis, they like the Boule today. This would be the black Boule today. They got it all, right? Somehow, right? They didn't go into slavery. They weren't prisoners of war, right? But we're all swarthy, man. We're all swarthy. Even in Europe, we're swarthy. Black. Just like Genghis. The Tang, the Tong, the Tangu. Dong, Xiang, sounds like the Dan Xiang, right? Right, we're talking Chinese medicine, we're talking the Qi, the Dantian fields, the Qi-Yang, right? The Qi-Yang, do you see it now? Do we see clearly, man? Because we combining the Mongol history, the Mongol story with the indigenous American story with the Hebrew biblical story. Do you see clearly? Qi is the key. Chi power, right? Ang is the Wang, right? We're talking China and the She, who are the Omen, who went to war with Genghis Khan. And the appearance of these, according to William of Rubik, the Tangus were violent, big swarthy Nagas. And the swarthy is the black, right? We got to get that again. The blacks. But are they wicked, right? Or are they pure? We're just talking copper color races. Found here. Right. Okay. The Tangu had big swarthy men among them. Swarthy blacks, more. The Spaniards are black. I need y'all help deciphering this painting, right? Because in Europe, everybody's swarthy. And the Tangu had big swarthy Nagas with them, in contrast to the Uyghurs, who were of medium size like us, but they were still swarthy. And the Tangu I saw were tall and swarthy. Tangu people. Western Xia are the Tangu, right? The Western Xia are the Tangu Empire. Are the Xia, or Asia, right? Asia, right? Uh-oh. So Tagru was defeated by Temujin, or Genghis Khan, right? His son fled to the Tangu territory. And although the Tangus refused to provide him with refuge, he raided their territory. And Temujin, Genghis, used this as a pretext to raid the Western Xia. The resulting attack in 1205 caused one local Tangu noble to defect to the Mongols, or Genghis in them. The plundering of several fortified settlements and loss of livestock. 1206, Temujin was formally proclaimed Genghis Khan, ruler of all the Mongols, or the Great Ones, or the Moors. And I'm telling you, I'm asking you, what does this have to do? What is this Genghis situation, right? Because we're talking Tangu, Temujin in there. Cathay, right? Jamuka bade me be aware of Wong Kong, Prester John. Can I get it? Can I get it? Won't let me get it, jump on that. All right, you see. Who's a Christian? Yeah, Dr. Hijack. strongest lord of the West, my nigga. Khan is the Khan of the West, right? They'll call the West now, but we know we in the Far East. 60 times 1,000 tents are on his lands, but he alone of the chief of the horde dwells in the castle. He gives no feast, nor does he ride forth from his hole, perhaps because he has under his hand treasures of gold, silver, carved ivory, sable furs, jeweled saddles, fine red leather. Yesuki, my side. Remember, Yesuki is his blood brother, right? Blood oath, right? This is Genghis' dad. My sire visited his castle, and at that time the beasts that guarded were in chain. These beasts are dragons, right? And at that time these beasts were chained. He could hear their snarling. Nevertheless, many of his men died from the burons. All right, they skipped ahead a little bit. The black sandstorms of the southern Gobi. He said that as they drew near to Tango, the castle of Prester John, he saw it first on one hand, then on the other, and oftentimes in the air before his horse he saw a rich land with wide rivers and trees, though no trees stand in that quarter of the earth. Neither Temujin nor Mingan had seen a mirage, yet the Cathay, right, did not doubt Yasugi's words. He had learned the bluntness of the Mongols. It was said that the master of the Kharids had been alive for many generations. Fountain of youth. Also, that since Prester John did not go forth from his castle, he sent a trusted leader in command of his horsemen, who so that enemies might know the faces of the lieutenants wore the skin, might not know the faces, of the lieutenants wore the skin of animal's head over his own. Did Yasugi see the god that Prester John worshiped? Mingan asked. It was said, too, that the power of Prester John, the friend of Yasugi, right, Bloodo, had been due to a talisman that was closely guarded in his castle, but to Mingan, this meant a god, so he was interpreting it as a god. Nay, my first friend, he saw gold cups and a white cloth under them, and a bird with feathers of every color. Sounds like that rainbow Quetzal dragon, right? That talk like a man, like a parrot. Okay, that to my mind is enough. When we go to Tango, we must be wary and look on every side, for Prester John has sent me no word, and I know not what is in his heart between his men. This is a story about the war between Temujin, Genghis Khan, and Tangut. Prester John, Swords of the East, Go Get It by Harold Lamb. So we can combine these type of, very resourceful, heavily researched, even if they try to write it in certain pose or poise, like they try to write it like a fiction, but we know they're taking real drop, just like these video games like Assassin's Creed and all these other things, right? Just like Call of Duty's using reality to an extent, but the Tango are the sheep. And they're all at war with Genghis Khan. Since the Tangus tried to form a united front with the Gurkhan Jin dynasty against Genghis and them, the Mongols they call them, but the usurped monarch Wang Yonggi refused to cooperate. So just like 1812, right? It's like history's repeating itself. The Kumse tried to tribe up all the indigenous Khans against this Moorish Confederacy. In the same way, the Tangus were trying to unite, man. But certain Nagas refused, right? Turncoat Nagas, right? Treacherous, traitor Nagas, right? They made treaties, right? Refused to cooperate, declared it that it was to their advantage that enemies attack one another. So why would it be in your advantage unless you made a treaty with the enemy? And it goes on about Genghis capturing the city. But I'm telling you, this is Genghis. And the city's attacking the Tangus and all the stuff we're getting at. The Tangus, this castle of Prester John, the Tangus, right? The Tangus. the castle. The castle of Prester John, the Tango. All this was in search of a copper-colored Khan named Prester John, who is King David, which means you got to adjust your timelines. And that the King David in the biblical times could have easily been popping off in the Dark Ages, since they added over 1,000 years to all indigenous timelines everywhere, my love. So with that, you can help me interpret this picture, this painting. And what does Genghis Khan, have to do with all this? Maybe a lie. What does Spain have to do with the West? These are indigenous Khans, but here they'll say, portrait of a black woman holding a clock. All right. Now she black. Young nobleman. These are the noblemen. It's not gonna have a reality show today, right? This look like the homie Chopper, actually, man. Shout out to Chopper, man. Chopper City, man. Make it of the band Chopper, man. I'm just saying, but this is a nobleman in Berlin, Germany. Don't Germanize us. We need incubator babies. Don't Germanize us. We want to Anglify. We want to Wonglify them. Don't Germanize us. We need to increase our numbers. I wish their numbers increase. These principal body of whites. White means demon. They want to Germanize us, man. But when we talk about Charles Kento, y'all get the drop, man. I'm surfing away, man. We've been here before. Wow. Hold up, man. Slow down, drop. You drop it too fast. Got passed by Charles. Got the Roman. This nigga. This is a Roman soldier, man. This is 1600. You get the picture? Do you get the picture, man? And again, what's this got to do with Charles Kento, Black King Charles? What's this got to do with, are all these incubator babies? Since Spain and all this stuff is swarthy, that means the people you don't see, are they incubator baby? I mean, it's a good question. What's going on? What's going on, man? Where do they come from, right? But you see the king on the horse, man. Yeah, man. A wealthy black man. Maybe he's German. They said Flemish or German. Yeah. More and more war. How do you get wealthy, man? European crest, right? So this is what Benjamin Franklin's complaining about. Ooh-wee. Oh, there we go. Charles, man. Probably Charles V. Holy Roman, which means Rimmon, pomegranate, connects to the promised land. Joshua and Caleb had to get the pomegranate to prove they're in the promised land. The Hebrew word Rimmon means pomegranate. They turned into Roman. And they took our titles of the promised land, like Cathay, like Khan. Yeah, black ass King Charles, right? Did he help create more incubator babies and use them as straw men and send them to America as our opposites to slay the dragon, the alchemical dragon? Were they doing alchemy? Holy Roman Emperor Charles V? Is this who was behind the more and more war? Chickamauga, Chickamauga, Chickamauga. When they made the Moorish treaties of peace and friendship. And now we fighting artificial intelligence, clone wars, right? World War I, World War II. No major war, boss. All this is World War I. All of it. Because it's on us. Texas, I mean, when did it get to, now it's in Mexico. Then they get to Philippines. And all these are Nagas too. We know the indigenous Philippine is also Nagas. We know this. Banana wars are all Naga wars. Then they could talk Russia and all this, but all those are Nagas too. They're trying to reset the place. This was them resetting. Even in Vietnam. Okay. I just needed you, let's get to it, man. Let's get to it. All right, so incubator babies, right? Yeah, let's get it.
Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the incubator. He was. Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the incubator. He was.
He ain't playing. He ain't playing. What?
Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on display. They had just invented the incubator. He was.
You could literally tell me anything, I'd believe it.
No, it's true.
His dad was an incubator baby. Coney Island, right? You just said Coney Island. Coney means rabbits, and so does Spain. We got before land of the rabbits, which only refers to the reproduction of these incubator babies. And now here he's saying, not just my dad, but mama too.
Mom was an orphan. Your dad left home.
He was an orphan also.
What did each of them tell you about their situation? Your mom was an orphan. Your dad left home.
He was an orphan also.
So the incubator babies, they got put on the orphan trains, right? That means mama and daddy are both incubator babies, man. This is not mythology. This is actual, factual reality. Okay? His mama and daddy are both not just orphans, but incubator babies. And what's it got to say with a lot of these isms and issues out here claiming to be Judah, claiming to be us, right? So what's it got to do with all that? They repopulated not just America, but reset everything, iconoclasted everything, and even hid them in our tents and gave them a whole story about, man, if your dad was an incubator baby, how can he be the bloodline of King David? Like, how can you claim Judah or to be Judah-ish, right? How can you claim a bloodline to biblical times out the incubator, man? What's it got to do with Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, all these guys in these companies, man? They got put in these positions, man. Even the celebrities, right?
Early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on
Coney Island. Right, when we talk Coney, we are talking rabbits. Because rabbit was replaced with Coney. Or coon, right? In Spain, the original name of Spain is often linked to the Phoenician word Ashapana, meaning land of rabbits, or Coney, right? And I'm saying if we're talking Spain and Portugal, it's like we talked that, image, because this is also King of Spain here, right? And he's hijacking the Inca line, right? King Charles Kento's hijacking the melanated Inca, right? Or it's all the same, family linked somehow. But it appears it's a straight up hijack. On the Inca list, Charles, man. All right, so how does this relate to these Portugal flow? Spain flow. Spain is land of rabbits. Rabbits is Coney. He's out of Coney Island, right? Coney Island got the incubator babies. Let's just put this shit together, man. For real. All right, you know, when you talk infants, love to the sister who dropped this, and the infantries, right? You're talking these infants, incubator, infant flow. When they keep bringing up this homunculus, they're talking about creation of miniature, full-form humans. And when we talk alchemy, artificial human-like being, or the unconscious bursting into consciousness, alchemical serpent, artificial human-like, or mankind, right? Being that, man, Managa. The being, man. The being, right? If you're a native, because an American is a native, Managa, you were born with the being. This is the internal monologue that they say that they're missing, like 80%, like they don't hear the soul, right? They don't have it. They don't have the being. If you're a native, you have the being. You are born with it. You are natural. You were born with the being if you're American. If you're copper color race found here, boss, you're a native. Born with the being, the Swarthy, the copper color. You're born with the being. But the homunculus, can't say that word, the homunculus, they're artificial, impersonal in nature, human-like, mankind, right? Being that they're an artificial being. They're not born with the being. They're artificial. They're not native. They're not natural. They're not natural. Because born with the being is natural. The being is natural. And nature is the work of HaWah. What's nature, right? Again, nature. Natural. Nature. To be a part of nature. Come on, hijack. To be produced by nature comprehends all the works of HaWah, they call the universe. Or we mean that they are produced by the creator, the author. You see what I'm saying? The creator produced these natives, these natural ones that are born with the being. These natives that are the Swarthy, they call black. Americans that are natives or copper color that they found here, not brought on slave ships, but became prisoners of war. But now our title is given to descendants. And Genghis Khan stole the Khan. Genghis Khan ain't no Khan. He stole the Khan. Okay. All right. Land of rabbits. Land of the West. My beast. Oh yeah, all right. We're just getting into it, man. We reaching cruising altitude, man. We're gonna talk asp. We're gonna talk asp and aspen and all that. Where's the Spain drop, man? Y'all see. It's a lot of drizz now. Oh, we gotta talk Gorani. Oh, we gotta talk John. All right. I'm having fun. Return of the Serpents. Let's get into that book too. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Let's go. Let's go, right? Let's go. Land of the Rabbits. This is what we're talking about. Spain was also known as Hesperia, meaning the Western land. I'm like, where's Spain? It is the farthest western land, reflecting its location at the edge of the known world. That's not over there, man. This is the west. This is over here, so, or the far east. We know. But it was also known as Hesperid. Connected with these Greek nymphs, connected with the evening and the sun sets. So where the sun rises and where does it set, right? To them, it's the west, the sunset. All these hints to let us know we're talking west, right? We got this before. Even the Hesperides we just got connects to these sunsets, daughters of the evening or nymphs of the west. It's this whole west thing when it comes to Spain. And like I said, the Anda flow, where it said he has a blood oath, with this Anda flow, right? Prester John and Genghis Khan's pops are Anda brothers, right? Anda, right? Genghis Khan is the Anda of Prester John. They say here the blood brother or the Anda, right? Khan. And the Anda is the Andalusia. Shia, La Shia. Uh-oh. Which is, more of the Iberian Moorish flow name, to this Spain. Or Hispania. Connected with Atlantis or the Atlantic. Connected with the Southwest. More west flows. We're getting out this Anda flow, but the Anda is the Anda, so, the Atlantic flow, everything. There's so much more to get. We're talking the Moorish conquest of Iberia. We're still talking Spain. They would call it the Anda. So again, we're just talking land of the west. Okay. They would also call it the Sephardi. And the Sefer, just means like the book, right? It connects to it's connecting. It's all about connections, connecting the dots, connecting the stars. Sefer, the stars. The Hebrew word Sepharad. But the Sepharad means Spain, right? I can't make this up. So the Hesperia means Spain, Andalusia means Spain. You know what I'm saying? Sepharad means Spain. The Sephardic flow now, you got to see a little differently. It's connected with the origins of the Hebrew word. So these are the cultural bloodline Judah, the cultural real niggas, you know what I'm saying? The North Africa, again, we're in the Northwest Africa to them. So this is Spain, is all we're saying. This is the Sepharad. This is Iberia or Iber or Cavera, like we've been getting. This is it. And all this Spanish Inquisition, and you got to look at it, with a dragonfly perspective, being from here. This is Eber. This is what they'll say is Morocco too, right? So they would try to claim it all for Ham and Kush. This is what is Ladino flow or Latino flow. One letter rules coming out of, but when you say you're Ladino, do you know what they're talking about? Judeo-Spanish, man. We're talking Judah. That means you're connected with this Hebrew flow, right? But are you connected with it, or are you going to incubator your way into it? Are you going to convert your way or hijack your way into it? Or are you the real Ladino? Are you the real Hispanic from the real Sephardic? Are you from this West? Are you really, you know what I'm saying? We got to take all these titles back. It's looking like. So, all right, man. Oof. Let's get back right quick. Andalusia. Tagru. Orphan babies. Yeah, man. So, him admitting it, you know, just listen up, man.
Another place. And money. So it was a bunch of kids.
Your mom was an orphan. Your dad left home.
He was an orphan also.
What did each of them tell you about their situations growing up?
They didn't talk much about it, but there was a toughness. Both growing up in orphanages, or in my father's case, really just running from apartment to apartment.
And why?
Because they had no money. So it was a bunch of kids. It was a home where they were not able to live for some bad reasons. And so they decided to set off on their own as a group of brothers and sisters.
A group of rugrats, man. Are they rugrats? Are we talking Annie, the orphan Annie? Look at all the orphan joints, man. A Little Rascal Flow. I don't know. I'm just, you know what I mean? Garbage Pail, Cabbage Patch. Like, they made movies and so many other ones, I'm sure. You know what I mean? I'm about to get to the comments, man. But so he's first says he's an incubator baby, and then he says he's an orphan. And the incubator babies became the orphans, which matches the investigative story that we're getting. We're going to get some mind unveiled, man. Copyright 107, man. We just want to do some criticism, some research, man. All right, we're going to look at some mind unveiled. We're going to look at your comments, and then we're going to start meditating because we're going to need it. Let's go.
So it was a lot of street hustling, of selling whatever you could get on the street, and usually they could not make the rent, and after 3 months they would just bolt and get another place. And
What you mean? They were kids. Bolt and get another place. Who rents out apartments to kids? Expecting to get paid. But then you relate this and you realize these kids were working in factories. They were making money. Like, they weren't regular kids. They were born at 1 year old. They never were at 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. These incubator babies were born at 1 year old. They were different, man. Which is why they're different and they're not like us.
so there was that toughness. I was lucky to be.
And they made it a positive thing. You were just so tough. You made it through it, man. Yeah, man, I wanted to be tough forever. I never wanted the easy road. I'm glad it was tough. And this is the stories they pushed to us. My parents never had nothing. I pulled myself up by my own bootstraps, and so should you. After we steal everything from you, you should pull yourself up. They're not saying we're incubator babies going crazy in these streets, terrorizing these streets, right? You know what I'm saying? Hanging niggas, like fighting against us in these Indian wars, scalping niggas, like, you know, they're not gonna say all that, right? They're gonna be like, oh, we're a bunch of kids running around acting crazy.
Be around that. Usually, if the parents have a tough life, the kid's life is too easy, and they screw up, and then their kids get tough, hopefully. You know, it tends to be an up and down cycle of even in culture, you know. We're in the soft period now.
Well, and so it wasn't like that for you. So you've spoken about how he never, correct me if I'm wrong, like never hugged you, never told you he loved you, never threw a ball.
He's like, yeah, I'm an incubator baby, man. We didn't know what love is, man.
With you.
No, but there was a lot of love in my house.
Well, and you.
They never said I love you, but there was a lot of love in my house. And everybody did it. All parents were this way. All parents you know were this way. Because those parents, they didn't even have parents.
You said, like, you and your sister and your parents were almost like roommates in a way. And you called it complete neglect, but in, like, the best way possible.
Benign neglect is how I was raised. But my parents were very loving, but parents in the 50s and 60s did not express it outwardly like parents do today. There was no emotional hole in my life that people...
I think parents in the 50s and 60s would disagree. That there was a lot of love and I love yous and kisses and hugs. You didn't experience it because your parents are incubator babies. They don't have an internal monologue.
Love to say, comedians, that's why they do this. They're filling some emotional need. I have always rejected that.
All right. They not like us, man. I don't know what else to tell. Love to remedy age.
After the last reset,
they not like us, man.
People lined up to watch these babies just like they later lined up to buy Cabbage Patch Kids. And here's where it all connects. Cabbage Patch Kids weren't just a toy fad, they were conditioning. They took the orphan trains, the incubator babies, the idea of children with no origins, and rebranded it as something innocent and fun. Instead of questioning the past, people were trained to see mass baby distribution as normal. Even the branding is suspicious. Why do these dolls grow from a cabbage patch? Why do they just appear from the ground? That's not how babies are born, but it is how foundlings were treated in the past.
Remember Foundlings, right? Because we're going to get to this Mind Unveiled. We'll talk more about this Foundling drop. Let's get it from here.
Can you even imagine carnival attractions where people pay to watch babies growing in incubators? Where?
Man, this is how you... Man, this is not fake. This is not AI. That's why they put all this AI stuff, so we all think everything's AI. So it clouds our reality perception. Like, these are incubators, growing babies. They come out at 1 year old, get put on orphan trains, and now you got Jerry Seinfeld saying, my parents are incubator babies, we had it tough. They went from apartment to apartment, like the Rugrat flow or something, you know what I mean? Like, this is what's happening. Like little orphan Annie.
Where were the parents? What happened to all of the babies? Well, have you heard of the orphan trains?
Huh? These are the orphan trains, and this is what Jerry Seinfeld was talking about. My parents are incubator babies on the orphan train. And they were just kids doing whatever the fuck they wanted to do. About 200,000 children had found new homes by the time the orphan train program ended in 1929. He said early 1900s, his dad was an incubator baby, mama was an orphan, everybody was an orphan. Early 1900s, so he's a member of the repopulation or the straight hijack, parasitic hijack of America. What's it got to do with Genghis Khan? What's it got to do with the big head scientist Yakub? What's it got to do with the more and more war? I need you to open your eyeballs. Open your eyeballs.
They were packed off and shipped out west to help repopulate the great territory.
Shipped out west. West is Spain. Let's go.
In cities found abandoned across the land. They were sent to humongous orphanages,
Whoa.
and the people were able to...
Whoa, they were sent where?
They were sent to
humongous orphanages. And these humongous orphanages we just got had to do with what? What did it say? Humongous. What is humunculus? An artificial human-like being. Ping pow. Can I get a body bag for the illusion? Body bag. Body bag for the artificial. Body bag for the impersonal. Nature, impersonal, unconscious, just now bursting into consciousness. Boom. That's who they are. They are the alchemical serpent. They are killing everything, man. They are a danger. And impediment. The serpent is monstrous. The bringing together of opposites is you creating artificial intelligence to begin with, who's what they're doing again right now, right? But now the artificial is now playing God to create their own artificial creations. And then it's like a repeating cycle, this serpent. And all of them are impersonal. All of them are unconscious, just getting a level of consciousness to create the conscientio, the opposites, which is the only way to slay, is with the opposites, the coming together. Homunculus, artificial human like man, kind of man, being like a white, which is a demon or a devil, which is an adversary. It's an adversary etymology. Satan is adversary etymology because these adversaries are the opposites, right? To slay the dragon. And when they come together, they are a Satan, a devil, a demon, hanging us like strange fruit, artificial, impersonal nature, unconscious, that people thought could be created through alchemy. Through alchemy, I'm talking alchemical, dragon slaying from the alchemical serpent, impersonal, unconscious, artificial, human-like, artificial, human-like being, but they're not ones with the being, right? That people thought could be created through alchemy. Fully formed human body, historically believed to inhabit a germ cell. Well, the Germans are swarthy. And to have the capacity to increase its size, giving rise to an adult human, like cloning. Little man, little person. Yeah. Benjamin Franklin said, man, I want to increase these whites, right?
Orphanages, and the people were able to get orphans to work their farms and factories. Free labor was abundant, and it was needed to rebuild after the last reset. There is loads of evidence showing that the original Cabbage Patch Kids were these orphans which people just simply picked up and took home like fresh produce. Many children were basically indentured servants and were subjected to lifelong slave labor and sexual abuse.
You were fighting in these Indian wars. You didn't have time to be no homeborn slave, Israel. You fighting throughout the 1800s, 1900s. When were you picking cotton? Unless the picking cotton is the picking these Cabbage Patch dolls. Love to the Aqua that dropped this in the comments. Let's get to your comments, man. Let's go. A few more minutes, man.
Everything they taught you is a lie. America was covered with empty Tartarian cities, left to rot after the Great Reset, and those that followed drew a few millions babies to repopulate and rebuild. They dug out those cities and started over, researched Tartaria, and asked questions.
Grown babies per year. The pods are equipped.
These babies will be different, no soul. Cabbage Patch Kids, this is how it began. This is what they're pumping today.
With a screen that displays real-time data on the developmental progress of your baby. This data is sent directly to your phone so you can track your baby's health. This app also provides you with a high-resolution live view of your baby's development. A special section in the app allows you to watch a time-lapse of your baby's growth. Would you use an artificial womb facility? Let us
Ask me why their grandparents or great-grandparents never talked about the reset. Why don't they remember anything about it? Well, let me...
Why don't Jerry Seinfeld remember anything? Why don't my parents never talked about it, right?
try to explain it. First, there were the Cabbage Patch babies. Now, these weren't just toys, you see. They became a symbol of something much bigger, a massive repopulation effort after the reset. These babies, they weren't born the usual way. They were produced almost mechanically, in large numbers, and distributed through a cold, efficient system. Strange, isn't it? It brings to mind ideas like cloning, doesn't it? And maybe that's why today you see so many folks who just seem to go with the flow. No questions, no thinking. Did you know they
Artificial robots, unconscious, easily programmable.
say nearly half the population doesn't even have an internal monologue?
What'd he
Imagine that.
say? No internal monologue, boss?
Today you see so many folks who just seem to go with the flow. No questions, no thinking. Did you know they say nearly half the population doesn't even have an internal monologue? Imagine that. Living life with a quiet mind, just following along.
No soul, no internal dialogue, no being. They're not born with the being. They're not native.
Those babies, those orphan trains, they were shipped off, along with abandoned children who had survived the reset, taken from their families, sent to faraway lands. Many ended up in America.
Like the Seinfeld story, except his dad was literally born in an incubator on Coney or Rabbit Island. Land of the rabbits is Spain, land of the West.
And when they got there, they were given a new story, the official version of history. No elders left to tell them the truth. Nobody to remember how things used to be. It made them easier to control, you see. Easier to accept the new narrative.
They dropped them motherfucking children off on them orphan trains on us. We became they motherfucking babysitters and teachers. The scientists couldn't teach these crazy bitches net. They was made 1 year old in a fucking hour. Tell me, believe what they tell you. Have you heard of the orphan train? It was a believe what they
my OG popping off right here, man. Black, white, black, white, black, white, black is white, white is black. You see the checkerboard. Black, white, black, white, black, white.
They dropped them motherfucking children off on them orphan trains on us. We became they motherfucking babysitters and teachers. The scientists couldn't teach these crazy bitches net. They was made 1 year old in a fucking hour. Tell
1 year old in an hour, boss. So we had to teach him. We had to do the teaching. Can we get a musical interlude? Shout out to the homie, man. We got some of his music last time. Threads. I wanted to get the whole thing. Everybody kept asking, who's the con, man? Who's the music by, man? Shout out to, man, one of my cons dropped this. I'm sorry. I don't know, got all the names in my headphone right now, but forgive me. I'm with y'all. We're going to read these comments right now. Let's just get this, man. This is called His Story, man. Oh, Threads 3000. Get the link, get the drop. Oh, my bad. Let's go.
Knock that bitch up, Mike.
Let go.
Yeah, truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. The truth can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Can't be told, it gotta be realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't free, it ain't realized. Freedom ain't, it ain't legalized. Realize, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Freedom ain't free, it ain't legalized. Real eyes, realize. Real life. Yeah. Slavery was a long time ago. How? Same motherfuckers still here right now. Colonized on our land, they ahead of us. Changed our name so much they scared of us. Children of the sun, y'all don't compare to us. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Talking about America. Pale-faced people, this ain't y'all area. Even up the playing field, bitch, I'm dying. How you a victim, bitch, you a Karen. Cognitive dissonance, you don't need sperm. You got white privilege, so you don't need sperm. Looking at my homeland, man, I can't believe her. Colonized came here, they ain't never leave her. Indians ain't die off, cause we heard. You ain't gotta lie, just say you won't be here. How you American but not indigenous? 400 years still ain't get rid of us. All Europeans and naturalized citizens. Made all the Indians niggas on the census. 1492, we was on the fences. Civil rights movement, we was so defensive. Black Wall Street, whites got so offended. Common law rights gave us amendments. Thank God don't speak truth, that's alright. First slave 1619 was alright. 1200 wasn't no continent. Alright, Europe named after a black woman. Alright, grafted it come from us. Do your research. Go within, quit listening to teachers. And the Nuki got voice coming out the speaker. Cut all trees, gonna made us weaker. Really they foreign, the shit gets deeper. Whites don't know where whites come from either. I'm Aboriginally, we come from the ether. Ruling over us in our land, that's evil. Being colonized right now, black people. Prisoner of war, that's why it ain't equal. Wake up everybody, don't be no sheeple. Freedom ain't free, really freedom is illegal. And we can't get mad at this. Whites act like we can't see their advantages. Privilege is real, they working in management. Low down dirty, but they calling us savage. They want you to think they above us. All white people are part-time judges. I ain't no racist, but I ain't no sucker. I ain't no African, but they my brothers. Been lied to, I got built up anger. We built everything, still waiting on the savior. Don't call yourself black, please do me that favor. Black tourmaline will protect you from a hater. Listening to your oppressors is dangerous. Gave us a Bible and stole our nation. Said we couldn't read what we didn't know the language. Kept us on paper because we didn't see the danger. American Indian, keep the religion. Skin copper color look just like a penny. Wanted our land and you called us stingy. Ain't no Democrats that they gotta pay attention. We got ancestors but the papers is missing. Kings and queens we just can't remember. Remember who you are, just like Simba. Now they got a vax, we don't want that in us. George Washington is the ninth president, look it up. United States only 10 square blocks, look it up. White people really the minorities, look it up. Courtrooms don't got authorities, look it up. You want me, say stop governing me. Gave me a straw man, it's really not me. Why you don't keep it 100 with me? Why Trayvon killers still walk around free, huh? Made this song for the truth, don't hate it. History was told in reverse, I stated. Still oppressed, somebody gotta say it. I'm talking out of school, that's the reason I made it. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. History is his story. It ain't my story. It ain't my story. History is his story. It's his story. Probably ain't your story. History is his story. It's his story.
Ooh. We just getting started, boss. Y'all get cozy, man. Put on your cozy slippers, man. What they talking about in Disney now? They gonna make this like a satire, like a comedy, but with all this recon, we see clearly these fools got to tell the truth, right? They got to tell the truth on themselves, man. Hey, I'm gonna skip you forever, man, because I'm skipping all hijacks, man. Let's get it.
If you have kids at home, this next segment is for you. This Friday, the newest batch of Disney Channel stars grown in the Disney Genetic Engineering Lab will be unveiled to the public.
Right. Now, Tracy, most of our viewers are already familiar with a lot of the products that have come out of the Disney Lab. Yes, but how exactly do you create a Hilary Duff or a Miley Cyrus from scratch? Right. Well, we're going to find out exactly how it's done right now, because joining us live from the Disney Lab is one of their lead geneticists, Dr. Andrew Rourke. Welcome, Dr. Rourke. There's quite an operation you've got going on out there.
Thanks, Jim.
So the stars that we see on TV are actually grown right here?
That's correct. They're grown and developed here. We engineer their brains for advanced singing and dancing capabilities, even posing for photos. By the time they grow to desired
Incubator babies, and they're putting it right in your face with a smile and a chuckle. But you better believe when you see they clone Tyrone, this satire stuff, this ain't no play.
Size, these child stars are fully ready for the camera or the concert tours or whatever Disney chooses to put them in.
That is simply amazing. Now, how long does it take to actually create a star from scratch?
Well, not very long at all. We use the exact same DNA structure for all of our stars, then we simply tweak minor details like hair color or skin tone.
Right, yeah, we do have some footage here of some of the well-known creations that have come out of your lab. Let's take a look.
Yes, well, that's model 6831-A, publicly known as Mitchell Musso, standard male base with type 3 skin pigmentation.
Wow.
And that's model 6831-B. We give him slightly thicker eyebrows and type 5 skin.
Well, so it's sort of like putting a puzzle together there.
Exactly.
Amazing.
Okay, here we've got some of the images of some of the newest models. We're going to be seeing a lot of these kids.
Yeah, they could put some skin tone on it too, man.
It really looks like you have someone for every kid in America to love
Well,
here.
that's the idea, Tracy. Our writers find it very liberating. For example, our new model, Haley, is a singing, dancing, snowboarding, half Japanese, half Indian girl.
Wow.
Now, finding her in reality would be impossible.
Right, but sounds like a surefire hit to me. Oh, now this one's Zac Efron. I've seen him before.
Yes, Zach was actually one of our earliest
My
models.
daughters love him. I mean, he looks so real.
Actually, I think we could have done a better job with Zach. He could
You think they playing?
show more human tendencies. If you look closely, you'll notice there's a certain deadness around the eyes.
I do.
A certain deadness around the eyes. Like the undead, like the white.
Do see that, yes.
I'm sorry, it's hard for me to watch because all I see is all my mistakes.
Yeah.
Boy, he seems flawless to me.
Well, he's holding up, but there was a bug in that first batch, and as a result, Zach's skin will soon begin to dissolve.
No.
Because everybody asking, like, what happened to Justin Bieber and how come he looks, oh, he's on drugs. But, you know, for some recent photos, he almost looked unrecognizable. Did his skin begin to dissolve? Is he a part of that first batch? Like, we got to ask the right questions. We might not have all the answers, but we damn sure going to ask the right questions, my nigga. Is it play?
Poor Zac Efron.
All right. Well, it's simply amazing. Dr. Rourke, thank you so much for coming in and spending some of your morning with us. I can't wait to see some of these new
You think this is play?
creations popping out of the lab.
New creations popping out the lab, man. My nigga threads, man. See, I got to balance this, man. We can talk clones and Clone Wars, labs, and Shikamaga Wars. I need some tunes, man. We need some tribal music, man. Coming in hot, man. Drop Nation, Khan.
So what's happening? So what's government and now y'all cross the line. So what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line. So what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my niche. Oh yeah, my niche.
We do it for the knock.
I do this for my niche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this arrowhead. My nation, my niche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. If it's one thing Jim Crow is showing me, I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, Chief and Dr. Gia Lee. I'm still a G like DST. Might not be as G as Lee. Think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Of course, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holding land, keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it.
They can't put no soul in it. Because they are not. I'm sorry, man. I ain't sorry, man. We popping off, man. It's the 5th wave, man. Hey, man, you better surf the wave, man, all the way up to the 5th wave, man. And the 6th wave, man, it's a body bag for the illusion. I do this for my knock. Hey, we gotta do a remix, tribal music, threads, 3000, drop, feature, presentation. Go through it. My jigger take the wheel, man.
Enemy of my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? So what's government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. Oh yeah, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this Earl head. Yeah. Mind that shit, my niche, someone thorough said. Real Americans, still pure blood, we thoroughbred. Yeah. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. Our government owe $1 trillion, you can keep that bread. It's one thing Jim Crow is showing me. I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody just like me gon' treat me like me. I'm Iron Cherokee, Chief and Dr. GLE. I'm still a G like DST. Mine ideas GS Lee. Think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as me. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners are doing everything, trying to weaken us. Sports, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm, know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all inventing shit, we smashing y'all. It's trying to take through asking y'all rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. When they say it was a long time ago, that's racist shit. Y'all holy land keep stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't go see the new matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory vax, but is you getting it?
Nah.
Fall back off my Nietzsche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no Earth war, this is galactics. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gon' put arrows on your chest like patch. Mongoloids can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace pipe like us. Boxing, y'all can't fight like us. Nobody lost their right like us. Wake them up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They trying to kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody, our kids, we raised y'all anyway. What that sense is finna say. Everybody ain't here to stay. Is you with us or against us? Ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fuck 1492, but all my allies what it do. Renegade got cooked for days. Be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my tribe of opera mind, so what's happening? Government and all y'all cross the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like you cross the line, so what's happening? We original, y'all GMO, y'all lying. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. Oh yeah, niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche, my niche. I do this for my niche.
Tribe abuser. Too many facts, man. Too many facts on your head bone, man. Love the threads 3000, man. Go support the con, get the job, leave a comment, say, man, I was surfing the Wave Drop Nation, man. Ran right into your tribe of music. Yeah, man. When we talk Clone Wars, we saying this is what we up against in World War I and World War II, right? Because we all know George was inspired by a ton of World War II with creating the space warfare and battles of the OT, or are we talking Old Testament? Okay, boss. Yeah, the Clone Wars, this is what we was up against. They cloning these folks and sending them on the front line. And the orphans were also the slaves, but they were also the Kentuckians, and they were also tribed up with the Ishmaelites that were migrating in the 1700s, 1800s we got before, right? So, okay. We're all up against these creatures. We're up against these things, these demons, up against them. But who popped it off, right? There's a Naga behind all this. There's a black man behind all this, man. Whether we talk incubator technologies or the clones, we still talking biblical Hebrew wars, right? Shem wars, right? More on more. We're talking Moabites. Moors are from Mars, man. We might have to get that for the disc. Moors are from Mars, man. Benjamin Franklin's warning about these superior beings scouring the planet. The inhabitants of Mars and Venus. What's it got to do with aliens? Superior beings in Mars and Venus, darkening his people. He's partial to his complexion. But we're not talking kind of man no more. Oh no, we're not talking mankind. We're not talking artificial. We're talking Mars, and Moors are from Mars. And Moors are from Mars. Shit. We got a lot of explaining to do, Moabites. What did the Moabites have to do with the creation of the whites? What did the Moabites have to do with the creation of the whites? This Judah, Ham, Moo situation, right? Mixed multitude, Abyssinia, Prester John, I'll be seeing you, Garden of Eden situation. This is the biblical war. Experiments to create the Caucasian were being conducted. Which is why out of all these incubators, these are whites, because they had to create the opposites. It's alchemy, right? Manaka is just alchemy. But all the landmass used to be together. And some have known it by the name of Amexem, Africa, so on. We know we in Africa. What they call North, West. What they call it? I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh man, we're gonna talk kidneys. We're about to talk kidneys and keys and cheese. Just rock with it now. Right? This is Africa, man. This is Amexem, right? According to the Moors, it's a hush-hush story. It's a hush-hush story. Read it. You got it. I'll leave it late. All right, so when they talk Afra again, they're just talking dust, earth. Okay. Northwest Africa, and they'll say right here that North America is, so you know I'm not tripping. North America is Northwest of Amexem, is Northwest Africa, or North Africa. So Morocco and North Africa here, Morocco and North Africa there. Phantoms, duplications. South America is Southwest Amexem. South America is Southwest Africa. North America is Northwest Afra, meaning dust. Central America is Central Afra. Okay. The pyramid universities of ancient civilizations were built by master mason craftsmen of the Moabite nation. See, so when they came with the Moorish treaties and they signed up with these hijacks of the corporation, these hijacks of the corporation were their creations. They had to side with them because these are their creations. They got more to do connected with them than us at this point because these are their babies. Incubator babies, man. Yeah, buddy. Mind unveiled. Take the wheel. Let's just get a few minutes of Mind Unveiled. Let's get some great comments from parts 1, 2, and 3 of Incubator Babies. Again, all 4 parts will be on your new conglomerate packs. And if you want everything, the everything pack, then hit our CashApp. You can still get it for $90 before it hits and becomes $150 on the website. But my Nagas had a great long opportunity to get it for $45 plus $5 shipping, $50 total. And that's our AHOP to y'all, man. And we appreciate that and your AHOP to us, man. Let's get it from here Incubator babies, man. Tartary explained mine and Vil. Fair use 107, copyright 107. Let's go.
Venice. Where are the people?
Where are the people? Repopulation, orphan trains, incubator babies, reset.
They're all missing. Moscow.
Russia.
There's obviously something that they're not telling us.
Where's the Russians?
There's a truth that's been hidden in these cities because it makes no sense to have such huge architectures if these cities have empty streets in the early 1900s. I mean, what are they keeping from us? And why are all the streets in these pictures made of dirt? I mean, you spend all this time building beautiful architecture just to have horrible dirt roads? Nah, they didn't build these cities. These were inherited by different peoples, and then they were cleared out. This brings us to the next step in the reset process, which was the trafficking of orphans into new reset cities. Parents would give up rights to children for multiple months so that the asylum would prevent them from learning bad habits. This was a huge thing back then, where you had these orphan homes and asylums that essentially were one and raised children of the new world. I wonder if many of these families found themselves in positions where they were forced to send their children at some point. From Alone in the World, Orphans and Orphanages in America by Catherine Reeve, quote, "Through much of the 19th century, orphanages broke families apart. A parent placing a child in asylum usually was forced to give up all rights to him or her. Many asylum managers believed that separating children from their parents once and for all was in the children's best interest. They knew of no better way to prevent the children from learning bad habits like drunkenness and laziness that might lead them into poverty. Throughout the United States, destitute parents agreed in writing not to interfere in the raising of their sons and daughters. This was a very hard step to take. These parents knew they would never again comfort their children in sickness. They would never again watch their children play or share their joy. They were to have no say in what their children learned in school, how they were taught to worship, or how they were disciplined. Many mothers and fathers, unable to read or write, signed away their parental rights by making a mark on a printed surrender form. It sounds like they were tricked into giving their children away, but she continues to say, quote, "Asylums had an especially high death rate because contagious diseases spread rapidly when many children lived together. In 1849, 20 children died at the Colored Orphan Asylum in New York City, 9 of them from cholera. In 1840, the managers of the Washington City Orphan Asylum were pleased to report, quote, "Within the last 12 months, the withering hand of sickness has barely touched the inmates of the orphan's home. One infant spirit had been translated to a brighter world. Quote, 1 or 2 deaths in a year was a statistic worthy of pride. Cruel living conditions in many asylums promoted the spread of disease. It was not unusual in the first half of the 19th century for orphans to sleep 3 or 4 to a bed. They bathed rarely and wore grimy, stained clothes, giving asylums the sour, poor house smell that anyone who worked among the needy knew all too well. In 1859, when 4 Roman Catholic nuns..."
So they bathed rarely. Sounds like the European flow, but it's right here in America too. With Jerry Seinfeld's peoples. Imagine these little kids running around going crazy. Nobody's teaching them how to bathe, clean their ears, wash their butt. Like, you know what I mean? Just imagine the funk. This is 1900s, man. So, what, 2025, they're just so different. No, we see a lot of things. We like, why they walking barefoot? Why they yada yada? You know what I mean? Like, why they outside in the cold with no shirt on? Like, they're genetically engineered because they not like us.
Nuns took charge of St. Vincent's Orphan Asylum in Philadelphia. They found that of the 27 children in the orphanage, 13 were suffering from a skin disease all over the whole body. The children had no clothes for a change and only one suit which they wore.
Right
as part of the drowning.
How could this possibly be true?
Matthew, you're looking wonderful this evening.
Thank you very much.
He really touched people's lives. I don't think a lot of people realize what fame really is.
He had died as a result of ketamine.
His personal assistant.
Hijack City.
I could actually keep going. There are a lot of these stories when it comes to these orphanages, but the point is that these were not nice places to be. If they had so much money to build these massive structures, right? I mean, look at some of these orphan asylums. They are very wealthy people who built these structures. So if the story is as they tell us, and they built these structures, why do they not have enough money to properly take care of the orphans? I mean, they basically got rid of orphanages in the modern day. I mean, just think about it. Why do they have so many orphanages back then and they're basically non-existent now? Does that make any sense? This wasn't limited to just the United States, as you see these all over Europe as well. There was this need to begin to move massive amounts of people to new locations, possibly for the purpose of causing identity crisis so that they would never know of their true history. We need to realize that these asylum buildings were also orphanages. That's why when you type in orphan asylums, you see the exact same structures. Not only were these mental institutions, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there was this rise in orphans. I really don't buy the mainstream story because many of these orphans were taken advantage of and put to work. So there's so much to this beyond just the stolen buildings aspect, but it's strange, right? Why the need to combine asylums and orphanages? I found this article called The Victorian Orphan Asylums, The Real Story, that spoke about how many of these orphanages were owned by wealthy donors who would donate in an effort to receive good publicity. The writer looks at old newspapers such as the Illustrated London News and discovers that they published articles in 1850 portraying asylum activities as fun and joyous, showing fireworks as if everyone was having a fun time, yet the real conditions in the background were the orphans were not getting fed and many were suffering from sickness. I was looking at some of these old photos and I started to see a trend with what's called colored orphanages. There's this engraving talking about how there were riots in New York at a colored orphanage, and the story is that this was a mob of around 1,000 people who decided to go and destroy this orphanage and everything in it, including the children's clothes.
Colored orphanages being destroyed?
And I saw this article talking about this for Black History Month, and they were looking at this from a negative light, as if these people came in and destroyed this charitable organization that was doing a good deed, but I suspect that something else was going on at these orphanages, and some of the remaining survivors of the old world started realizing this, and so they fought back. Of course, the media covered this only from the perspective that benefited their sponsors, but as I kept looking, I realized that these colored orphanages were a big deal. And this is what was called the Colored Orphan Asylum, which was started in 1836 in New York, just around this period of the reset. So here we go again. We have the orphan asylum connection along with the old world buildings. Except in this case, we have this focused on the black population. Of course, the mainstream explanation is that this has to do with slavery and that these children's parents weren't able to take care of them. But, I mean, look at this building. How many orphans did they have? And why was this considered to be an asylum as well? It's because it was a reprogramming center, and there were multiple of these. The specific one was supposedly rebuilt as well.
Reprogramming. Driving little Naga kids crazy. Indian public schools, right? Public schools were Indian schools. I don't see, how he's flipping how it's beneficial type thing. That they're getting burnt down. You're still killing kids, and you're killing colored kids. And these colored kids are the natives, natural by law, prisoners of war, being put in colored orphanages, but they're the prisoners of war of the originals in America or Great Tartary.
Now, this colored orphan asylum was run by white Quakers, I believe, but not all of them were like this. And the Quakers actually started another one called the Thomas Asylum for Orphans and Destitute Indian Children. There's the Howard Cup.
Now, he's not going to make the connection, but you better. He went from colored to Indian real fast, right? So this one's for Indian children. The other one's for colored. Like, you see the connection?
Colored Orphan Asylum, which was led by African Americans and has a very similar story.
And just because it's led by black people doesn't mean that it's not a tribal war, because all skin folk ain't kin folk, and all kin folk ain't con folk.
I know that many of these organizations seem to have good intentions, but I'm just questionable. I mean, look at some of these old newspapers. They were overcrowded and they wanted to make sure that they were good citizens. I don't know, this just seems super suspicious to me. And why are they called asylums? Mental training facility. Crowded and they wanted...
The Brooklyn Howard Colored Orphan Asylum. Asylum. Brainwashing our babies, right? Where does your money go? To feed and clothe the orphan, to educate, develop, and to instill Christian principles. Brainwash. They're Hebrews. These are Israelites being brainwashed in Christianity, but he's also calling them Indians. To train their hands to make them useful slaves, citizens, right? I need to get this great shot, boss. This is too crazy. Too crazy. Mind blasted. This is mind blasted. Okay, let's get it right there. This is mind blasting.
Wanted to make sure that they were good citizens. I don't know, this just seems super suspicious to me. And why are they called asylums? Mental training facilities. There's also the John Hopkins Colored Orphanage. And look at this place, it's another...
So they got their incubator baby drop orphans, and then they got the prisoner of war colored asylums that they're putting our children in to brainwash them, man.
Their freaking castle. These are what they call orphan asylums, and I just think it's weird that they have these specifically for colored peoples.
A home of colored for colored orphans. Children are taken between the ages of 2 to 8. And this one here is restricted at present to girls. Now think about the trafficking today, right? They are training on household work, may be bound out, remaining in all cases under the oversight of the asylum. So you can bond them out. Like prison, you can bond them out, remaining in all cases under the oversight of the asylum until 18. What does that mean? That they're overseeing them being bonded out? So when they're 16, 17, you can bond them out and use them for what? Household work or what else, right? On leaving, homes are found and necessary outfit giving. Income supported by the fund from the late John Hopkins, in the hand of the trustees in the hospital. It's all legal talk, trustees, right? Under the management of a body of women, inmates, 28, begun during the war, right? World War I, World War II, or we're just talking the Chickamauga Indian Wars, right? So the children of the prisoners of war are being put in what? Colored orphan asylums. All these children of all these Cherokee Indian wars are being put in asylums, man. Look at this, man. 1800s all the way to the 1900s, man. What? Now we in 2000s, and now we're talking about the Middle East. We've been talking Indian war the whole damn time. And these Indians are being put in these asylums, man. This is mind blasting.
I should mention that I've seen several photos with white children at these facilities as well, so not sure how strict they are with it being just black children, but...
Well, look, man. We already know we got incubator babies. They got to brainwash them. Make them good slaves too, because they were slaves too. This ain't about white or black or color, man. All right, this is about tribal war and the strong man or the alchemical serpents, the coming together of opposites, driving these niggas crazy, putting them in an asylum.
They really had these colored orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many blacks in America due to them being here already...
Whoa, one more time, I never heard you talk like this, Mononville. You coming along. Man, this is 2 years ago. Man, good for you, man.
Orphanages in every major city. Some of the buildings are not as large as the main orphan asylum buildings, but they had this for every race, and since there were so many blacks in America due to them being here already, they needed orphanages specifically for colored peoples. There were also facilities for the Native American tribes, and mainstream history is pretty open about those being re-education camps designed to separate them from their families and traditions, so it was...
The natives are the black, so-called black. And, you know what I mean, these children here, they had to brainwash all children. It wasn't about a color thing. They had to brainwash this whole generation. This is the reset.
To say that all facilities such as those weren't teaching the same exact stuff. So now that we made the connection with orphanages and asylums, we can now look to see when this all got started, and this is when we get into foundlings. Because before all these orphanages, it really started with the foundlings, and these, I believe, were some of the first from the old world to be moved around in the old world European cities. So you had these first orphanages being called foundling hospitals, and they were the institutions funded by the Catholic Church for the reception of foundlings, or
dodging all hijacks at all. Let's go.
Or taken from couples who were not married. These started to appear all over Europe in the early 1700s in Austria, Belgium, France, England, Scotland, Ireland, Italy, and Russia. Why so many children without parents? Was there some event that displaced a large group of people during these times? The Foundling Hospital in London was founded in 1739 by another wealthy philanthropist named Thomas Coram. It was a children's home for the education and maintenance of exposed and deserted young children. But what's so weird is the excuse they give us for calling these places hospitals, because these institutions gave hospitality to those less fortunate. Yeah, they gave out so much hospitality while making orphans sleep bored to a bed and creating a place where disease can thrive, such as smallpox. These were centers of control, not hospitality, and that doesn't even make sense. I think they knew what hospital meant in the 1700s. Interestingly, I was looking at the arms of the hospital, and there are some clear Phoenician symbols. The multi-breasted Diana? Why would they need to use ancient symbols of repopulation here? This is a replanting seed operation, and they're telling you. These hospitals, just like Napa State, practice eugenics. They were trying to create the perfect race of humans. So these places were experimental repopulation centers for recently cleared cities. So in 1756, the House of Commons resolved that all children offered should be received, that local receiving places should be appointed all over the country, and that funds should be publicly guaranteed. They then allowed young orphans to be flooded into workplaces all around the country. So after their reprogramming, they put them to work.
They needed workers because you were fighting in all these wars. You weren't the slaves, Manaka. You weren't the indentured servants. You were the prisoners of war, the American Hebrews that they wanted to steal the promised land from. So they had to create a worker class the same way they did in Europe with the Moors. It's the same thing. It's the more and more war right here in the biblical promised land.
This exact same thing happened in the United States during the Industrial Revolution.
Bang!
Child labor was perfectly fine during this time. Some as young as 4 would work long hours in factories in dangerous conditions. Young migrants from Ireland and Germany were put into factories in poor conditions and essentially worked as slaves. It's possible that many of these factories and orphanages were owned by the British, who were then...
These are incubator babies. And the children of incubator babies, like Jerry Seinfeld's parent, who we say they were running around acting crazy, right? Yeah, and they had apartments, man. And if they didn't pay rent, they left, right? They ran together. Brothers and sisters, right? Orphan incubator babies.
were then commissioned by the Royal Phoenicians, and they would take over an old world property and begin using these orphans as slaves to use as their own workers. In the Industrial Revolution, most of the children who were workers were orphans, and they had no choice to work for food. These children received little to no education. They would work in coal mines from 4 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And you don't think these are the same children that grew up and started attacking all black people, so-called, in America? Hanging KKKs, Nazis, and this, all this stuff here, man. Aryan this and that. And it's the same group with the same bloodline lineage to the Incubators.
And the young girls would work in match factories, and the harsh chemicals would often cause them to lose their teeth. So, if these orphan asylum hospitals are named hospitals for their hospitality, then why is it that most of these orphans ended up being used in factories during this time?
Bang.
It wasn't until 1938 with the Fair Labor Standards Act that there was limitations placed on child labor. Interestingly, this is right around the time when orphanages started to fizzle away.
They had to hide what they did. They had to hide this. Because when you wake up, as you started to wake up way back then, you'd be like, this is crazy, this is wrong. We already know it. But the reset, right? They had to hide it from the reset, brainwashed resetters, you know what I'm saying? That themselves will wake up one day. That's all prophesied, even when you brainwash people. They're going to wake up if the creator, chooses to spark off, right, in their ruach. So if they got a ruach, if they got an internal monologue, they're going to wake up. They had to hide this. Act like they built America and they did this, not with children labor. They had to say, no, we're against children labor. They started being against this, right? They started acting like they got laws, started acting like they're so profound. Oh boy, you don't want us to dig up your story, his story.
I guess they lost their ambitions to help the needy once they realized they couldn't be worked any longer. So essentially, it started with these foundling institutions that relocated and placed the children whose parents most likely were associated with the old world in some way. And these children were then put through cleansing or reprogramming, right? And then these orphans went on to become odd fellows. These odd fellows were funded by royalty and older secret societies. These odd fellow orphan Freemasons.
Back to the good fella movie, right? Oh, he's a good fella. He's an odd fellow. Because if you're talking Italians, Benjamin Franklin said, if you're talking Italians, Goodfellas, mob, right? You're talking swarthy blacks. But he's a good fella. He's an odd fellow. Whoa, right? I mean, very, very whoa. He's an odd fella. He's an incubator baby.
In the early 1900s, my dad was an incubator baby in Coney Island. He was on this...
Coney Island.
Masons started creating orphanages in old world buildings in America to begin repopulating newly taken over cities. They would send in orphans via the orphan trades. This is in the official history. Between the period of 1854 to 1929, over 300,000 children were transported from New York to the Midwest over a 75-year period in the largest mass migration of children in American history.
You know it's more than that, but even if you just take 300,000 and they have children and there's a couple generations, now you got millions. Millions, I tell you, to populate America. So you drive through Kentucky and Tennessee, and they got their little land, and they're set up, and they're looking at you like you crazy because they want to defend the little bit they have because they never had shit, because they're not Europeans. They're incubator babies. Used as straw man, right? They're just created. Alchemy, man. Coming together of opposites to slay the alchemical dragon.
As many of 25% of these orphans were Irish, interestingly. So don't get it twisted. This was an operation. This was no philanthropic.
Irish are black, swarthy. Scottish, black, swarthy. Russian, all this.
Pursuit. This was planned and coordinated. Quote, in the 1870s, the Catholic Church became concerned that many Catholic children were being sent to Protestant homes and were being inculcated with Protestant values. They began operating their own placing out program via the railroad sponsored by the New York Foundling Hospital. Quote, many children fell through the cracks. They were mistreated, malnourished, and overworked, says writer and researcher Marilyn Holt, author of the book The Orphan Trains Placing Out in America. Quote, on the other hand, for at least half, it was a good experience. They had opportunities that they would not have if they stayed where they were.
The Foundling asylums, man. Even in the Mandalorian on Star Wars, they got the Foundlings that they take in, right? The orphan babies, the orphan trains, the incubator babies that they're still responsible for. They feel a responsibility because they are their creators, like AI, artificial, unconscious.
They may not have even survived childhood, end quote. Now, when she says they had opportunities, I think what she really means is that they actually had a chance to join the orphan club, or, like the Oddfellows, had connections with the higher-ups or local officials that then gave them better positions.
Like the good fellas.
For the vast majority, this was not the case, but they like to mention that they did get some opportunities, as if this was representative of most of these orphans. Their opportunities were to be worked or starved for most of them. Today, it is said that over 2 million Americans are descended from orphan trained writers.
2 million descendants. America. Copper color races found here, but now applied to descendants. Doom Diverses, 1452, Papal Bull. Now applied to the successors. Your kingdoms, dukedoms, principalities, all your things can now be taken. Signed by Pope Nicholas V. Just like the title Khan can be taken by descendants born here, like incubator babies can now be, we're the Americans, red, white, and blue, Tennessee, Kentucky, everywhere, South, North, we're fighting for America, we're the Khans. No, I don't think so. You're the descendants, right? Of what? Incubator babies. Orphan train.
It could be even more than that. They use these old world train technologies to traffic vast amount of newly programmed orphans into these cities. This happened in almost every major city in America. According to the official narrative, quote, the co-founders of the orphan train movement claim that these children were...
And they're newly trained or programmed with what? Oh, we're from Poland. We're from Ireland. We're the Irish. Talk like the Irish. Look like the Irish. Irish just got off of boats, yada, yada. This is the stories, right? It makes them look sympathetic, too. We're slaves, too. Irish came here, we had to deal with this. Scottish came here, we had to deal with this. Or your incubator babies born in incubators in America or Ireland or Spain, whatever. Given a brainwashed story of some history, his story, that you've been telling in your family, which is a bold-faced lie, straight up lie. That you're indigenous anywhere is a lie. It's a lie. And Benjamin Franklin is telling you this, no matter where you're talking about in Europe, man. And there's another copy that also lists the Irish and Scott as well. This ain't even a full one, man. But we're talking Europe, Italians and French and Russians and Swedes and Germans and all of America. Holy so. Let's get a few more minutes for the dismount.
Were orphaned, abandoned, abused, or homeless, but this was not always true. There were mostly the children of new immigrants and the children of the poor and destitute families living in these cities. Criticisms include ineffective screening of caretakers, insufficient follow-ups on placements, and that many children were used as strictly slave farm labor, end quote.
They didn't need slaves, I guess. I mean, they didn't need us to be slaves. They had their own.
Shouldn't that make us question all of these orphanages and asylums?
Hell yeah.
3 charitable institutions, Children's Village, founded 1851 by 24 philanthropists, The Children Aid Society, established 1853 by Charles Loring Brace, New York Foundling Hospital are some of the organizations behind these orphan trains. This was funded by wealthy donors who had no interest in caring for these children. I thought this was weird when I saw this in the criticism section on Wikipedia. Quote, many children lost their identity through forced name changes and repeated moves. In 1996, Alice Allier said, quote, I was one of the luckier ones because I knew my heritage. They took away the identity of the younger writers by not allowing contact with the past, end quote.
Why don't you own? Or they were just giving a straight up fake history, and the one that they thought they held on to is the brainwash, man. It's crazy.
Identity, and we're given completely new names. So just think about that. Because
Kansas, Kentucky, Tennessee, all this Midwest flow, right?
They don't really mention this clearly when you first look into this. Over 300,000 people essentially got their histories erased and were placed into brand new cities. This is exactly what they wanted, identity crisis, so that we would have no idea who we were in the past.
Not history erased, literally not telling you that you're incubator babies. What do you mean the past, man? You still holding on to the lie. This is all a lie. You gotta let it all go and consider the fact that you might be connected with the incubator babies, man. But let's go.
And look at this. Quote, all orphan trained children were true orphans, but were made into orphans by forced removal from their biological families to be placed out in other states.
Nah, man, you can't talk Coney Island incubator babies and then talk about they came from some natural parents. I mean, yeah, some, of course, you got the, trafficking and the kidnapping and all the stuff they did, right, with natural babies too. But if you're talking about here in America, which it looks like you're mainly focused on, but also other places too, but we're talking Indian schools, colored orphanages, we're talking America, we're talking incubator, man. You can't get away from this. 300,000 on orphan trains, and they're pumping them out in exhibitions worldwide and world fairs. You can't even grasp the number of incubator babies being pumped out and put on these orphan trains. That's just what they're showing you to your face, what they're doing in the light. What are they doing in the darkness? It's not coming out in the world fair in the darkness. They just pumping them out.
Some claim this was a deliberate pattern intended to break up immigrant Catholic families. Some abolitionists opposed placements of children with Western families, viewing indentureship as a form of slavery, end quote. The Children's Aid Society, 6th annual report.
All right, man, enough. Y'all get it, man. I'll leave the link. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. We talking junk and junk DNA, right? How much DNA or kidney, right? We're gonna talk kidney drop, but the kidney is the key DNA, kidney, right? Key DNA, right? Before we got 99%, 98%, whatever, man. They calling it junk, man. Last time I was digging on it, man. How come Ty Battle got the drop? I said, Ty Battle, how come you ain't hit us with the etymologies of junk, man? And we look it up, and they're talking about an old, or the 1828 Webster Dictionary, an old cable, right? So it's not trash, okay? When they're splicing and dicing, or they're turning off what? If it's not coded, it is not directly code for proteins. They can't code this. Almost sounds like the mysterious substance of unknown origin. The dragon, because it's like they wanted to shut us off from Martra Khan, right? Because they cannot code it, okay? So they're saying 98%, 99%. In some cases, they say it's uncodable junk. Non-coding DNA. What's it got to do with the kid? Nay, let's get it for the dismount as we dig on some key and get into our meditative flow, because you can't talk incubators without balancing out with some elixir feel, with some natural by law breathing, right? So the junk is the what, man? Old cable, old cordage used for making points, gaskets, mats, etc. When untwisted and picked to pieces, it forms the old comb. Back to the comb, right? Back to the comb, right? I said the comb with a K, C, or Q is the rising, the establishment. So when untwisted, things are established again. The Oa comb and the Oa, I said the Oa is the HaWah. It's the HaWah comb. When it's untwisted, it's the HaWah comb. It's 98, 99% junk, which is cables that when untwisted form the OA or HaWah. So whether you got a UA, HUA, it's HaWah. Cool, right? Cool. For filling the steams of ships. Or it's a small ship used in China. Where's China? The vessel. Like the dragon, which is the vessel. I can't make this up. The Chinese is the Kana, it's the American. So it's the American dragon, which is the vessel that contains the spirit, man. The spirit, the soul of all things. They are soulless. They don't have the being. It's of unknown origin, your dragon, your Kundalini rising, right? But the living spirit can be extracted when they hijack us, right? And it says they break down our key by giving us the fear spell, like the fear of death, they say. It destroys our jinn, it destroys our key. But our key is our mystery, is our dragon, it's unknown. The Okum is the vessel, Managa, that this spirit is contained, the vessel. So 98% of DNA is junk. And junk forms the Okum. And the Kum is the rising, and the OI is the HaWah. UA, HUA, OA, Wah. Dodge. All hijacks is the vessel that contains the spirit. When it's untwisted, that is. The junk etymology is again the old cable or rope, cut in bits. So it's like this 98%, they turn it into bits, right? Cut in bits. Junk, like they throwing it away, like this is cut it up, right? All right, junk, rush, reed, like the sea of reeds. Word of uncertain origin sure does correlate, Managa, with mysterious substance of unknown origin. Back to the dragon or the Okum, right? Unknown, yeah. Very, 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 very unknown, uncertain. Yeah, old refuse from the boats and ships, okay. Old discarded articles. Now in 1884 is talking about discarding these articles, but first they're discarding our kidney, key DNA, which is the elixir, the way of the elixir. Because that's where your yin yang is separated. But first it's the wand before it's separated into yin yang. And ain't it funny that they call their magic, sticks, sorcery sticks, they call them wands, right? After the magi, the wand is the wang, is the ang, is the ang, is the am. Ka, junk DNA, is cables connected like the internet, man. Junk DNA, right? It's cables, man. Untwisted forming the Okum. Now we can talk about ships. and the seed, and selling in water, the jong or the gene, the gene. What's it got to do with the gene, the jong, the gene? They're cutting your DNA into lumps, throwing it into the trash, making us think it's just scraps. It's not important, right? Oh, this solar flash is about to show you, man. All right, this is junk, man. It's just junk. It's just cool, which is the substance of the old ropes untwisted, like the serpent is twisted, like they say the twisted serpent of Leviathan, right? Sometimes called Satan by the hijack, but it's HaWah's dragon in the book of Job. Can you put a hook in my dragon and control my dragon? Then how can you control me? You can't even control my dragon. Read the book of Job, see monster, see serpent. Sometimes regarded as a form of Satan to the hijack, because the Satan is an adversary. Who's Leviathan a Satan of? Atlantis. Some say Leviathan sunk Atlantis personally. Leviathan sunk the whole island. You're talking about a big old dragon. Twisted dragon. The twisting, coiling, they say serpent. We're talking alchemical serpent or alchemical dragon. Now we can differentiate the twisting, the untwistingness of this rope or dragon forms a substance similar to the substance that is mysterious and is of unknown origin. This substance, untwisted, pulled into loose hemp for caulking the steams of ships, stopping links. Stop it. We talking cool. Okay. All right. Does North America even exist, man? I'm just saying, we got China over here, or is this just Asia, bro? Or is it just China? Connected with Mexico, connected with South America, connected with Louisiana. When we talk Louisiana, you might be talking about what they call New Iberia, city of Louisiana. Love to the comment, drop this in the comments. New Spain, New Eber, right? He just talking Louisiana, man. All right. This is just too, man, it's too fluid, man. So y'all been leaving comments and all these drops, man. We've been surfing the wave, man. Let's get past all this, man. Let's go. So yeah. You see it, man. This is what y'all been saying. Incubator babies, love the metal space. Incubator babies against the sons of the inlet. All right, that's a Sumerian flow. We got to dig deeper, right? So don't forget those incubator babies were probably the children working in the mines and textile factories when they were exactly what we say. Left the symphony jump. I remember when I was young, about 8 or 9, I remember people would insult them, calling them test tube baby. This is what we saying, Tessa, yeah, that's what we saying. Of the knowledge supreme, it is said that during the periods of slavery and Reconstruction that it would have drawn a crowd to see a white man doing any type of skilled labor. This means that we, the so-called black people, the indigenous all over the plain, who were and are the inventors, creators, and makers, were the teachers also, just like the Moors in Spain. The Moors in Spain. God. Love to X, we, Psalm 0, ways. You know what it is. A few years ago, me and my now ex, all right, we were having a baby, but she came at 22 weeks premature. The doctor at the emergency asked us to donate the baby for experiments. Whoa. Like 10 minutes after our baby took his final breath, they wanted to take the baby and put it in an incubator. Just after she was born, she lived about 15 minutes breathing in my arms. Man, love to the con, man. Love to X WESAM 0 ways, man. 9531. We appreciate you. Love to your family, man. And, you know what I'm saying? I know that was a very tough time dealing with, you know what I'm saying, losing, you know what I mean, this loss here. So we with you, Khan. But we didn't want to put her through that. One reason was because my ex had a sister and a brother that were premature, and they had medical issues and had a lot of surgeries when they were young. I was also a baby from Canada. I was given to Americans that moved to Canada, and my records are blacked out. It's very strange. So he's searching for himself. He said he was a baby from Canada given to Americans. Man, Ahab Khan. Feel like I'm back in school, but this time I'm actually learning HTE, what it do. Don't forget of that Jerry Seinfeld's parents were incubator babies, Coney Island, man. Yep, we got that OG. Love to Fred. Aki Fred said, Brad, this live is really getting deep, but unfortunately I gotta pull it down and go make this fake money. I'm with you, Khan. Hey, that's why we got it on a conglomerate pack, so that you'll always have it, man. And we got you, Khan. We appreciate your support always, man. Can hardly wait until morning so I can pick it back up where I left off. All power to the tribe, man. All power to HaWah, Halal HaWah, man. I've never seen a picture of a black incubator baby or orphan train kid. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But they got these orphanages for the prisoners of war, man. Was waiting for that drop. Really deep, true stuff. The veil is being lifted. Love to Mind and Veil, man. Halal HaWah. Love to Uncle Keith as well. KRNC John, what it do? They not like us for sure. Love to Noonie, what it do? So where these beings come from? Inquired minds very much want to know. Tyron Williams, I was looking for the, hey man, look, we just asking, man. I know a couple of them whose grandparents, great-grandparents were orphans in the 1900s. Wonder if they were incubator babies too. Love to Real. 49, great drop this year, makes 48 years in class. All these lessons are coming together. ThaWaDa Ahk, thank you, man. Yo, I'm blown away at that point, at that one point that was made about half of the population not having an internal monologue. I always figured everyone had their inner voice that ran in the background all the time. I figured that, I typed that figure in Google. Yes, I know that's not a real research. Hey, you never know if you're looking for the right thing, man. You know what to ask for. It confirmed this information. Did anyone else know this, or is it just me who found that to be alarming, man? Love to Weird 2182. We're all surfing the wave, man. You see it, man. Figuring out these AI artificials. Incubator, baby. New movie. Okay. Incubator, baby. We're gonna write a movie called Incubator Babies. The science project that went wrong. Drop Nation, you're crazy. Y'all crazy, man. Alright, so like back to Weird, man. It says, I always figured, yeah, everyone had the inner voice, man. Internal monologue, the soul that ran in the background all the time, right? It's getting real computery, man, but we are talking the coding. Keeping the code, right? You want to be good at coding. You might need to know the formula, right? To coon, to rise out the matrix, man. Love to Yazik Kia. New movie, man. Love to CJ Charles Johnson, man. Learn what's truth, create the best version of you. What it do? Yolanda Hughes. Hey, Aqua. Greetings, everyone. I always wondered what kind of mindset of a people that would celebrate hanging as entertainment. Now I know. Soulless whites, demons, wadu. For bear witness, they are the AI that everyone is wondering will take over. They already did it, but their time is over. They are the Terminators. The rest are like the Matrix's agents, the zombies, the Wolfman. Shout out to Forbear. Rex LaRue. Dig on the New Iberia. So we got that New Iberia, Louisiana link right there. Love the to Rex LaRouche. Hey, Hades Island is named Hispaniola, which means Little Spain. Makes sense if America's Spain. Ping Pal, the life, what it do? Ronald Reed, Incubator, babies going wild, man. Buffer Long says, drop, you did it again. Good work, brother. Hey, HaWah, HaWah, man. Carlos Perez, thank you very much for all you do and all you were going to do. I was wondering about this soulless issue. Thank you for clearing. I didn't know so many niggas was wondering about the soulless, but I'm glad we got to dig on it. And there's so much drop, like Mind Unveiled, there's so much drop. Remedy H, there's so much drop on this, man. ThaWaDa, man, for clearing this up. At church, I wondered why they look at me and I said, just smile. Then they give the V, and then the doors lock at church. Wow, our children went to church. What a mess. I pray for clearing and cleaning and never stop. We must stand up, cool, help each other. Stay strong, love, joy, peace, power. From Valerie, love to Valerie. Shalom, House of Asherala. Shout out to Big Judah. Shout out Big Judah, man. Electromagnetics, man. Look, man, we popping off. Child's Play, Chucky. I think y'all get it, man. Y'all been leaving great comments. And all these drives, part 1, part 2, part 3. You know what I'm saying? Dodging all hijacks, man. Yeah, they like to fill us, man, with plenty of hijacks, man. They find any reason. It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah, new subscriber, Ahab to Slim Cutter, man. New subscriber here. Wanted to say this was no mistake how I stumbled into your content. Awesome compilation, and keep up your righteous efforts to raise the planet's frequencies with these divine drops of light. Truth. It's us, the Amaru Khan's time to shine. I say. A priori says, Khan, I learned so much from you, Cody Mayo, Ahab, Cody Mayo, and a few others. I swear sometimes my head is going to explode. It gives me great pride and a grand spirit of enlightenment and fulfillment, knowing that all is being revealed and I am at a point in my life where I'm able and ready to hear it. Because it's not just about being able, but, you know, when we ready, right? Timing is everything. Ain't no time, only the wave. Then we can receive it. One love, Khan. Your work and dedication is not in vain. Halal HaWah. Hey, G-Day, good day, brother. I really appreciate your work, love, learning from our people. It hit different and just rings between the ears, man. Woo! All right, we're going to get more comments, man, but you see how y'all keep me going. I wasn't even going to make this a one-part series, man. I just stumbled on it myself, man. Started digging, and y'all been digging with me, man. And now we're on part 4. All right, and then we're going to go to Prester 153. How about that, man? Y'all with a noggin, man? Y'all surfing the way. So as we dismount into the return of the serpents of wisdom, talk dragon bodies, etheric bodies, immortal flow, the yin, the yang, the jinn, you know what I'm saying? Let's talk jinn and work our way up. Remember the jinn, right? The jinn, the jinn, the jinn. God. Jinn is therefore considered quite important for longevity in traditional Chinese medicine. Now we're talking about meditating and medicine. Ain't no better medicine than to breathe, man. Many disciplines related to Qigong are devoted to the replenishment of lost Jinn, and we lose it by all kind of methods. You know, they even say the fear of death is a reason for the loss of Jinn. Like the fear spell. Lost Jinn by restoration of the postnatal Jinn and transformation of the Shin, which is up there in your crown chakra. So the Qi is like your heart chakra. The Jinn is like your lower abdomen flow, right? And the Shin is your, you know what I'm saying, crown, your crown flow. So in particular, the internal martial arts of Tai Chi, the circle walking of Ba Guan Zhang, and the middle path of Wu Xing, Shi Dao may be used to preserve prenatal Jinn. So we gotta look up the circle walking. And we gotta look up the Ba Guan Zhang. one of three main Chinese martial arts of the Wudang school, the other two being Tai Chi and the She Yi Quan. Aight. So we got multiple ways to build our Jin, sisters and brothers, and the Wuxing flow, right? The She is the She. Remember the She, the Almec, right? Let's go. We're going quickly for the dismount. Also, ginseng is widely used to bolster and support Jing or essence. And this Jin is what you need to build your yin, right? And the yang comes from the crown, like it's a battery, positive and negative or negative, right? The crown, and then the, grounding your feet helps also build the Jin, right? The grounding, right? Talked about that. You got the inner training, larger text during the Han Dynasty. And the Hans are like the Hwangs, right? Just like the Prester John is the Han. We just said we're going to, remember that, right? I said, remember this. Remember this. The Tangut flow. That the Ong is the Han. Khan. So we talk Han, we're still talking Prester John, right? Okay. Prester John. Yeah. Come on, Khan, come on. Nah, man. Come on, man. We're talking medieval Israelites. Medieval Empire of the Israelites. We're talking Prester John, we're talking Wang Khan, and why is this so important? This priest-king flow. Why does it carry so much value, this priest-king flow? Let's pick it up from here, man, as we make our dismount and our meditative flow. Just meditate. Just breathe, my life. Just breathe. Talking Prester John. Wow. Just breathe. Some sources maintain that King Xerxes, Alexander the Great, this is out the Medieval Empire of the Israelites by Robert Grisham, a $1,000 book, my life. Come, we got the free PDFs that we've been sent out. Woo! So this kingdom of Prester John, they were accorded legitimization of the status as rulers. So Xerxes, Alexander the Great, all these Roman emperors, just like the Pope, they got to get legitimization. Ogre, king of Denmark, they all visited the kingdom of the Prester, who Genghis was trying to steal the Khan from. They were accorded legitimatization of their status as rulers by tapping in. They had to check in with the Prester. There's no other way to say it. They had to check in with King David, because David has the scepter. John's kingdom is named the Empire of the Great Khan, and mysterious and miraculous stories. That is the Khan Father. We talked about the Godfather or the Goodfellas, right? All this is taken from the Hebrews. So the Khan Abba, the Khan Father, is the Great Khan, is the Wang Khan, the Prester John. Before called the Batu Khan, or the House of Khan. The Bat means house. It also is the son of Genghis. The Batu Khan is the one that was stabbing up the Rus, right? In the picture with the Genghis. So the Batu Khan was stabbing up the Rus. But the Rus is the truth. It's this Batu Khan stabbed him to death for his refusal to do obeisance. So this is Genghis Khan depicted as a black man. And this is Batu Khan, supposedly. We all know they melanated, stabbing up the Rus, which we know is melanated. Benjamin Franklin told us that, because he didn't bow down to the shrine of Genghis Khan. Batu Khan, right? And Batu Khan became the Vatican. One letter rule, right? The Khan, who sits in the center of the world, according to the descriptions of Marco Polo. What? Hayton Mandeville, Giovanni de Plano de Carpegna, and others, he was understood as the all-powerful sovereign of a huge country, as a wise and happy monarch, which fully corresponds to our version. The main conclusion, the idea of the Grail, is the idea of imperial power. Wow. Qumran scrolls is the Qum, is the rising, is the Qum. And where did they really find these things? The Khan Father. Here it says the symbol of the Grail, the holy blood, the holy Grail, is a symbol of authority and traditions which are inherited, soul, not soulless. It is part and parcel of the legendary Prester John and the legend. This is a $1,000 book telling us what? The legendary Prester John, the legend of whom was spread widely in the Middle Ages. John was the master of a huge empire. He was omnipotent and all-powerful. One Khan. Kings and czars were for him only subjects. Tractatus Polymeris calls John the King of Kings. Rex Negus, who was Prester John. Get it in 153. We coming in hot. For the dismount. He combines in himself spiritual and secular authority and can say about himself, Prester John, by HaWah's grace, Lord of Lord, all Lord, who are only beneath heaven. So the Pope title or Prester title is only beneath the Creator. But King David has the scepter. He's anointed Khan forever. Ezekiel 34, Ezekiel 37, Hosea 3, Jeremiah 30. Over and over again talks about King David being Khan forever. King David is Prester John. Is the priest king, anointed from the rising of the sun to paradise, which is the west, on earth. Prester John controls and holds back the tribes of Gog and Magog and controls the seen and unseen world. Ain't no room for JC when you already got a Prester, a priest controlling the seen and unseen world. Well, you got a King David who is the shepherd forever, Ezekiel 37. For the flock, the righteous flock needs a shepherd. You don't need that shepherd until you KTC, keep the code, come back to the Creator. Let's go. Let's go. Batu Khan, huh? Let's go. So, this gene connects with the Hans, connect with the Tagrus, or what they call the Gwa, HaWah, the Gwa, Agwa, right? Water. The Gwa Z, which is an anonymously written foundational Chinese political philosophical text originally comprising 86 chapters, 76 of compiled in the early Han Dynasty. So we gotta look at this from a textual situation, but also a what? Let's get it. Let's go. Matter of fact, let's just go from here. Let's just pick it up from the Wan, right? So the Wan is the John. Get it? The Wan is Prester John. Is the Wan. Y or J? J is a new letter, right? Yeshua or Joshua? The Wan key is the key. How important is this? The Wan key is the vital key. Let's meditate. The innate, prenatal key, inborn key, differentiated from acquired key that a person may develop or replenish over the lifetime. Furthermore, traditionally, it is said that the kidneys are the root of the key, left being the Wan key. So you got two kidneys. The left is the yin, the right is the yang. But did you know that? You got to put them together to get the elixir, to get the fire, to get the electricity or key, right? The right is the wan yang. Yang, wan yin and wan yang are both John, Khan. The transportation of wan ki is done via the triple warmer or the sanjiao. Or yeah, or yeah, or, you know what I'm saying? So Chinese medicine is associated with the adrenal glands as in Western medicine. So we talking about being replenished, man, with the Wan Ki. Let's keep going. Let's go from Wan Ki to Wan Dynasty, man. Why not? You're still talking China, and the Chinese sail upon this ocean. We're talking America, officially the Great Wan, right? Like the Wan Khan, the Great Wan, was a Mongol-led, right? Back to Genghis and the Mongols, man. Look, man, I can't make this up. We're going right back, right? So we're talking Wan Ki, China, elixir field, kidneys, key DNA, junk DNA, right? Cords, Oakum, right? Mongol, imperial dynasty of China, successor state to the Mongol Empire and its division, right? It is established by Kublai, right? This is a relative of Genghis, right? 5th Khagan emperor of the Mongol Empire, the bordering Jin clan. Were they Moab and them? Lasted 1271 to 16 or 1368 in Chinese history. The Wan dynasty followed the Song dynasty and preceded the Ming dynasty, although Genghis Khan's enthronement as Khagan with a K or a Q like key, imperial rank, Turkic, Mongolic, more. 1206, remember Temujin conquered Tagru, right? Prester John in 1203, was described in Chinese as the Han style title emperor. And we've established that the Hans connect with the Han people, right? These Han Chinese connect with the Han people, right? And the Han people connect with their ancestry of the HaWah Xia people. Let's keep going, man. The Huan meaning, right? It's also connect with this currency situation in China as well. Yeah, and I think Japan, monetary unit of the people republic, so now it became a monetary system, a currency. So you're talking Wan Ki, then Wan, you know what I'm saying, the dynasty, and then Wan the currency, but we're talking about the current sea, right? The ocean, the water. Chinese sail upon this ocean. Current sea. Dragon. Wan. Now we're talking about the monies. Let's keep going. Yeah, get more into it. Get more into the currency, right? I'll leave the link. Connect with the King dynasty. The Q or the K is the king, right? And you spell king, K-I-N-G. You spell king, K-I, right? And then N-G, right? And that's the Naga. The N-G is the Negus, the key Negus. Who's the king of kings? Who is Prester John? And why does John connect with all these titles when you look at this, these languages in Gorahani? Man, this is a big hit right here. Look up the Gorahani. John is just HaWah. We still talking Hans when we talk John. We still talking HaWah when we talk John. Managa, this is this is just John. These are the origins of the name John. I'm just looking at the origins of John, and you're saying somebody they call John HaWah. or it's named after HaWah, named after existence, right? Whether you talk HaWah Nasi, HaWah this, E, Owa, HaWah, Yaha, right? All this stuff. The John is the Jing, it's the Hannah, it's the Lady Hannah, right? Like the Hannah's the title, and you got Hanan, the son of Prester John as well, the Hanan. You got Anion connected with all this as well. Anion is still Hanan, Kanan, choose your Canaan. Yahan is, right, it's still HaWah. HaWah, everyone's name like Hawaii, after HaWah, like Eve is Kawah, named after existence, but HaWah has always been. HaWah will always be. You don't predate HaWah when you talking breath and you talking security, and all this is the John. All these are names for John. Huh? Han is Hans. Han is John. Han is John, which is why the Tagru flow, the Wan Khan flow, right? They have Wan Han. Because Han is John, which is why it's Prester John. John is Han, which is why Han connects to the HaWah Shia knot. Like the Han in Chinese connected to HaWah Shia knot. And the Shia, let's keep going. So John, HaWah, right? And you gotta dig on, we gotta dig on this Guarani, because the GUA is still HaWah or Agua, right? HaWah, God. They're gonna put all the Hayas and, you know what I mean? Look at all these Jonas, Jonas, you know what I mean? Hawani, Hawani. John, Gianni. Just like the river, Jahan, right? One of the rivers of paradise, Hawan, right? And that's in the Kishwa. In the Kishwa, Hawa, Kishwa, Hawa, H-U-A, Hawa, right? You're talking indigenous language, Peru, Khan, Andes, man. And John is Hawan, man. Like the Wan Khan. I can't make this up. Let's go, man. And we know when we talk about HaWah, we're talking about the earlier form of this Heya situation. HaWah is the earliest form, right? Yahweh, HaWah is the earliest form. We're just talking about the one who is the existing. To be, I am that I am. To be, HaWah, earlier form of Heya. Ka. And the Guarani connects to the South Americans. So in both indigenous flows, when we talk John, whether we talk the Quechua, which are the indigenous languages, Peru, you got Hawaiian. If we talk Guarani, right? That's why I say you got to compare the indigenous flow of America, South and North, with the Mongol flow, with the Wonkan flow, right? With the Hebrew flow, and now you got HaWah, like Hawaii, or Josh HaWah, or Yesh HaWah, which just means the one that is the existing. Let's go. And the Guarani is about the South American Khans. And we gotta dig more on these two Guarani language families. And Paraguay, HaWah, H-U, HaWah, G-U-A, same thing, do you see? And, you know, I'm looking for more of the Hebrew Guarani connection, man. We're gonna dig on that, man. We're gonna dig on that. I'm searching like you. But we know we got an indigenous language spoken in South America. Uncertain origin. Here we go again. But we know we're talking warriors, the Guara people, Guara forest, Araka, Arawaka, Waka, Ka, Ha-Wa-Ka. Let's go. And they brought up this Sanjiao flow. Back to the jam. And they call it Sanjiao, the three teachings, or the triple burner, triple energizer, triple heater, man. A concept in traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture. It is the sixth organ, or the fu. So you got the kan, fu, which is the hollow space inside the trunk of the body. In TCM, or traditional Chinese medicine, there are 5 solid organs. Each solid organ has its counterpart in the hollow organ. For instance, the heart is considered a solid organ in the small intestine. Its hollow counterpart, or fu organ. Whoa. The hollow counterpart is the fu organ. Sanjiao is believed to be a body cavity of some kind, which has the ability to influence other organs and overall health, maintaining mainly through the free movement of qi. The fundamental energy or life force on the microcosm, and on the macrocosm. It is associated with the interactions between the heavens, humans, and earth. The heavens, humans, and earth connect through the qi, or the triple burner. The upper burner relates to the organs, the heart, the lungs, and the thorax, and the breathing function. Wow. Therefore relates to heaven. The middle burner relates to the organ top of the stomach, the spleen, liver, and digestive function. Therefore belongs to human. The lower burner relates to the organs below the abdomen, kidneys, bladder, urogenital functions. Therefore belongs to earth. We're gonna talk more on these kidneys, man. What it gotta do with the harmony. When we talk the Han. I'll leave this link for the Nidan. It's going to connect back to the Tang and the Tangu, my noggin. It says the Kantan key is the kinship of the 3 earliest known books of theoretical alchemy. We're still talking alchemy? Alchemical serpents, alchemical dragons in China or America? Is the way of the golden elixir, the Jindan, nourishing life, or the dragon is renewal. And the Kantan key is deemed to be the earliest book in alchemy. On alchemy in China, the title has been variously translated as kinship of the 3, a kinness of the 3. We just got the triple burner with the Sanjiao, right? Triplex unity, the seal of the unity of the 3, and in several other ways, the full title of the text, Zhao He Kantan Ki, which can be translated as, for example, the kinship of the 3 in accordance with the Book of Changes. What? I think when we start talking Book of Changes and Kantan Ki, we already won. Natural by law. Take the wheel. We need to recon the Kantan. For real. Because I think we're getting somewhere. I know we're getting somewhere. But back to the She and the Xia, right? The Xia and the Olmec that call themselves the She, right? Chinese, because the Olmecs call themselves the She. The Olmecs call themselves the She, which is the same name they were called in China. So when we talk Chinese medicine and, the Kantan Ki and the Xi'an, we're still talking China, boss. We're still talking immortal dragon bodies. Serpents of wisdom for the dismount. Xi'an refers to entities who have attained immortality, supernatural, magical abilities. We're talking the She, man. We're still talking the She. Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go? magical abilities, supernatural, right? Deuteronomy 34, his eyes were never dim, his body was never lessened or abated. Look at all these translations of Deuteronomy 34, right? Moses was 100 years old when he died, yet his eyes were not weak nor his strength gone. How did he die if his eyes were not weak or strength gone? His eyesight was clear, yet, and he was strong as ever, but he died, but he was strong as ever. Come on, Paul. Are we digging into this key? His eye was undimmed, his vigor unabated, his vitality not diminished. If his eyes were not weak, then he could see clearly. He still had his dragon body, right? Eyes were not dim, nor his natural force abated, or his vigor diminished, right? So this abated flow just connects to what? They could not put an end to it. So if it's not abated or unabated, they're saying that it is not lessened, it has not diminished, the power has not diminished, the influence of Moses has not diminished, even though he so-called died. His eyes were never dim or lessened. His life force was never beat down, cast down, struck down, was never fallen or destroyed or abolished or reduced or lowered. That's what abated means. Woo. Do you see clearly? So the Xia connects the supernatural magical abilities with a connection to the heavenly realms inaccessible to mortals, like Prester John, who controls the seen and the unseen worlds. Prester John controls all this. Prester John. You gotta be legitimate to rock with the Prester. He is the Khan father. He is the great Khan, which is why the Kapangu, man, they're looking for the great Khan of China. Come on, man. They're looking for the great Khan, right? And it says the great Khan, here's where the great Khan is. China, Cathay, right by Florida, boss. Okay. The great Khan is what Columbus is looking for. The Khan father to hijack the Prester. To hijack Prester John. $1,000 book, ain't that something? We're talking immortality and the She. We're talking Western Xia. Right, the great Xia state, the white, the pure, right? We ain't talking demon, we're talking pure. White also means pure, right? So which way? Surf the wave, man. Or high, like Judah, high, right? Okay. And this is who Genghis was going to war with. The She King. You see the Qigong and the King and the Xi'an? All this in the name. And back to the Tangut. Back home to the Tangut. Back to the kidneys. The key DNA is the kidneys, is the key DNA. Bang! Which ain't no junk. We're just talking cordages that, when untwisted, form this mysterious substance, right? Kundalini rising, your essence, your Jing, all is in your kidneys, yin and yang. But before it's separated into yin or yang, it's all one. It's all one. And the Jing also connects to this fairyland or danger zone. Back to the dragon. Back to the dragon. Back to the Mopai, because we're talking immortal bodies, serpents of wisdom for the dismount. Y'all meditating, y'all good? We flowing. You still surfing a wave with me? Because I'm surfing a wave with my Nagas, man. I want to talk Nagas, servants of wisdom, like this and like that, and like this and yeah, Marco Morrow Pink, man. Serpents of wisdom, they say. You got lots of great content, man. The lung dragons of China, the Nagas in India, the Amarus in Peru, the Quetzals, the Kukulkans, Mesoamerica, the Serpent Clan. We're going to get a piece, but we're going to get back in this. The Jedi, right? Jedhi is the Jedi, man, right? Clone Wars, Jedi. We fight all these hijacks. Let's belly flop to page 47. For the this, man. Ooh, we did it, man. That was amazing. That was amazing. This is 57. Oh, man. That was still amazing because I want to talk Negroid lines. My bad. Ooh. I want to talk the Negroid lines, man. I want to talk this drop. Make sure I got enough of it in here. I'll get it smaller for y'all. I got y'all. We want to talk these Negroid lines, man. This Amazon sea that they call the Negroid line. Oh, come on, boss. My bad. Yeah. I got y'all, man. Hold on. Let's get back one. Let's get it back for a stat. So this Mopai immortality, right? They say traditional Taoist text, and the Tao is the Tao. The David is the Dawood, right? Dawood, David is the Dawood. Bang, right? So, most likely leaked from the Wu Ling Pa sect, Tao Yoga, or the books by Evil One. Now, let's get it from here. The text about the 6 yogas of Narapal state that you have to create the illusory body. You got to create the dragon body to become immortal. So your normal human energy body that contains the meridians, dragon lines, ley lines, right, chakras, right, the Danshians, which means vermilion or red, like the Red Sea. You got to cross your own Red Sea. Moses, right, Prester, you got to make your own exodus within yourself, right? Keep the code, right? In every way, so on that you already possess. So on that you already possess will cease eventually, and so on, right? So the Dantians and so on that you already possess will cease eventually unless you code up and connect to your dragon, which is the vessel in which the spirits contain. This is why John Chang state that simply, so why does John Chang state that simply condensing enough yang ki to a ball in your Dantian is enough to make you immortal? So when you up with the Mopai, like he was like, they say 22, level 22 last time, he's able to condense enough yang, preserve it in a ball, and create a dragon body that's immortal. All right, so we're learning how not to run out of juice, because all we do is consume. We don't meditate. We don't energize like Star Trek. We don't energize. But the principle of pre-heaven that Xian in China has set itself the objective of developing the power of Shen, Yang Shen, with the developments of the fetus and the exit from the immortal physical body. It's got to do with astral body, huh? Yeah, man. We're talking yin ki and yang ki, or wan yin, right, and wan yang. We're talking kidneys or ki DNA, immortality, illusory, immortal. And we'll get more of this. I'm just going quickly, man, but wow. I mean, very wow, right? So when we talk dragon bodies, and I'm belly flopping. Let's get a few pages though. Like we talked the Nagas, right? Nakal or Nagas. We talked with Maria and Mu. We're talking Naga Mayas. During the 19th century, the legend of the migration was revealed to Colonel James Churchwood, an officer of the Royal English Army, and later incorporated into a series of books on Mu, published by Churchwood. Last time we got some great Mu drop from the IG. So you see it's right there in the Pacific, and all these islands are just the peaks, the highest peaks of this landmass buried underneath it, right? Submerged underneath it. According to his own testimony, during the 1800s, Colonel Churchwood visited a monastery in the northern part of India, where we're talking India Superior, and was informed by the presiding monk that some very ancient tablets were concealed within the secret vault of the abbey. Supposedly, the text told the story of a people called Nakals or Nagas, man. Naga Mayas, man. Where did they go? Or quote unquote serpents? Are they talking? Anytime they say serpents, now you gotta ask, are you talking dragons or snakes, man? Because the alchemical serpent is not the alchemical dragon, and we are talking alchemy. So most of these, I think they're talking dragons. You know, some might be alchemical serpents. So, you know, I don't take no documents for speaking all truth, right? We gotta recon it all. But some Prester John documents are talking about a hijack person named after the title of Prester. That's not the real King David of Prester. You can't, anybody called Prester ain't the Prester. Anybody called serpent ain't the dragon. Period. Period, man. See if I can zoom out a little so I can move it over more. All right, I think we're good. Let me just scoot it this way a little bit. All right, so I know it's small, but pull up the links, my nigga. I leave all the links for my nigga. And here you see this map, right? Let's get the map bigger, man. And you see this Naga Empire, right here in this, you know, Europe situation, all swarthy right here. But see how it's connecting with Atlantis on one side and Mu on the other side, right? It's the same Mu, right, that connects with the Californias and Queen Khalifa. So all this is a kingdom. And the reset was to reset all this. World War I and II, resetting all this. Whether you're talking migration of the serpent Nagas and the Hindu flow. They go into the Rama Empire as well. Solar Serpent Dynasty. We just talking Nagas, man. They go into Tibet. Naga serpents in China, right? The Uyghurs, children of Mu. Want another map? It's going quickly, my Naga. We're gonna take our time next time with this. The Uyghurs connect with the Ogiers and the Danes, and back to the dancing. It's back to the Hebrew flow. Third Eye flow. Lemurian Kumars. All right, they connect with the Mu flow. These are all the dragon clans. They're going one at a time. That connects with the Shambhala flow, man. Cibola, Cibola. Shambhala. We've been talking Mopang, talking Wangka, immortality, etheric bodies, the ether Nagas. Let's keep going. The islands of the blessed were often alluded to by many of the early Taoist writers and adepts, some of whom claim to have actually seen the islands when the weather conditions were accommodating, man. But these islands also connect with Mu. Let's talk immortal bodies, right? So Li Su claimed that all the islands are inhabited by God-intoxicated immortals dwelling in transparent light bodies, which are dragon bodies. And we're talking about creating the illusory body, right? The illusory body to become immortal. Dragon bodies. These dragon bodies, etheric bodies, right? Meditation, yin yang, kidneys, key DNA. They live within structures made of jade and gold and walk around among radiant animals, which are also etheric, ether bodies. Ether bodies. Dragon is the ether. Back to the food. Back to immortality. I'm going quickly. You got America, the land of the dragons, because you know when you're talking no snake, because America is the land of these fire dragons, right? Fire dragons. China, right? Cathay, Khan. Back to the Quichua, man. They're going to bring the Quichua. We just got the Quichua and the name John, which is the HaWah. So the Lemurian word Amaru is the Quichua Lemurian word. Amaru Ka, which we just talking Ka, denoting the dragon and wisdom. They say serpent, we translating it to dragon because we ain't talking alchemical serpents, unconsciousness, just now bursting into consciousness. We ain't talking snake. When you know we talking dragon. Ka. Then they go into the South America. Amaru, Meru, Serpent Meru, right? Mount Meru, center of the world, Ouroboros, Black Hole Sun. All this, man. Manco Capac is the mongoose. Amaru, Meru assumed the serpent named Manco Capac. Manco Capac, man. Ooh, man. Ooh. Man, so much trouble. That brings us back to deciphering, right, these paintings. But specifically, it brings us to the Inca Kings list. And haughty-eyed, black-ass Charles, who hijacks the Inca. And they just said Manco Capac. And that's exactly either this or one of these, you know what I'm saying, elders here, you know, is called the Manco Capac. Right here it says it begins with Manco Capac, the legendary first Sapa Inca, and his sister Mama HaWah, Hawaka. Like the Wakanda, right? Hawaka. It's Black Panther flow, hijacked by Charles Kento. But what's it say? Manco Capac is on the left side. So this is Manco Capac, who they said is a dragon. Hold up. For the dismount, man. Greatest dismount of all time. And it's Manco Capac like Tupac, right? The Amaru Moro assumed the serpent or dragon named Manco Capac. The title Capac carries the meaning of dragon, wisdom, spirituality, wealthy, man. Manco Capac is the Pac, man. Is the Pac. All right, man. You see what it is, man. This is Manco Capac. This is Manco Capac on the top right side. Oh, that's Mama Capac. That's Mama Capac, Manco Capac. That's his dragon name. That's the dragon name. Okay. Okay. Wow. So you got the American dragons of wisdom, right? Khan. This Manco Capac is Amaru, Moral. Is Amaruka. America is Amaruka, or Makir Amaru, or America. And it goes deeper, man. But you see these beautiful maps, man, and it says Negroid line. So whoever's passing through this Amazon Sea in the middle of South America is a Negro. Going to Mu, going to Atlantis, you can cut right through. Love to Churchwood. Love to Churchwood. Descendants of Mu, man. And you got the Apaches, you got Peru, you got Lemurians, man. All connected to the Sioux. To the Sioux. Then you got the dragons of North America. All right, these clans, Atlantis, Pan, like Kapangu, Japan, right, everything. Old Red Land, Central South America, Algonquins. These are dragon clans, Khan. These are all dragon clans. The Kamarus, like the Kamaru Kandam, you know, another great land near India over there, right? Also connects with the Lemuria flow. Ooh, Mount Shasta flow, the heart chakra flow. I'm going quickly, but you see it. You see it, man. To the colonists, so they say colonists, but Dr. Hijack, these are the indigenous, man, of Mexico. Since it was situated in the center of the Western Hemisphere and the destination of numerous oceanic currents, Mesoamerica was, like other parts of America, a popular port of call for many missionary dragons of wisdom arriving from both motherlands. They're talking Atlantis and Mu, Lemuria. Some of these dragons, such as Paco Votan, Itzama, Quetzalcoatl, which is Joshua, eventually became teachers and priest kings, Prester John, priest kings of their adopted people. Or this is already their heritage, and we just popping off. We're talking key DNA. I'll leave this link so you can research your kidneys or key DNA and get the drop, you know, of the energetic functioning, right? The vitality, the yin and the yang, life or death, water and fire, gate of vitality. The kidney, shin, the zang organ, meaning it is a yin organ. The other yin or zang organs are the lungs. The lung also is a dragon. The dragons are called lungs, or ong, right? Liver, gan, spleen, pea or pie, heart, shin, she. So you got these dynasties, these Xian dynasties, right? They all connect with chakras, man. Sometimes the pericardium, Shin Bao, is included. Yin organs store, secrete, make, and transform essence, blood, spirit, key fluids, the kidneys. Flush your kidneys, but don't flush out the essential DNA, right? Are associated with the element water, nighttime, winter, and the Wu Sheng theory. And the Wu Sheng theory connects with the elements. We gotta dig on that metallic dragon, Ring, the periodic table of metallic dragons, right? We get back to that, the 5 phases or 5 agents. And we're talking cosmic cycles now, all connected with the kidneys. Storing essence, Jinn, right? Come on, man. Back to the Jinn. I'll leave this link. Come on, man. Don't do it to me, man. You know you're working. Hold up. I got you. Reload. All right. I'll leave this link. Man. Just Kidney International. Got some drop. You know, got some recon to pull up. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave it, though. You can recon some more kidney drop. You know, how to keep your kidneys free and flowing like that water. Support and nourishment of kidneys from Yasmin Hodge, acupuncture.co.uk. How to support your kidneys, crucial overall health, right? Because it's key DNA. Back to the yin yang, back to the Jinn, right? So multiple sources. Multiple sources to dig on, and this is just signs of a deficient kidney or key, right? Yin yang flow. You got tiredness, exhaustion, cold feet, swollen ankles, man. I probably got that right now, man. I need help. We need help, right? A lack of drive, motivation, lack of willpower. The kidneys also house our willpower. Did you know your kidneys house your willpower, man? Shortness of breath, right? Monogus, edema, back pain, all this asthma, fear of change, incontinence or incontinence, irregular menstruation, infertility, craving salty food, struggle to warm up. Monogus, all this is kidney function. Get the drop. Another link on your kidneys, man. Health Drop 101. Love to Dr. Jake Fratkin, man. Boosting kidney yang and Jing. Kidney yang, if we include Mingmen, fire is the energy and heat source for the whole body. Jing is the essence of yang and is stored in the kidneys, the extraordinary channels, and in the bone marrow, right? You got the osteoporosis. Connect that, which traditional Chinese medicine includes the brain, the shit, right? In modern physiology, kidney yang and jing empower the adrenal glands, testes, and ovaries, right? Reproductive jing, right? As well as influence the entire endocrine system. So it pumps the qi and the yang to the upper burner. Remember the triple burner flow? Let's go. So, you know, hey, if the kidney yang is weak, the heart gets cold, leading to congestive heart failure. Kidney yang also roots the lungs, allowing the diaphragm to descend on inhalation. Weakness can precipitate asthma when the yang of the upper jiao, remember the san jiao, right? Triple burner is affected. Fatigue and low vitality follow. Poor concentration, forgetfulness, all this, man. We got some drop, man. We got some drop, man. We just are surfing wave, my nigga, man. Hey, Halal HaWah, man. We did it again. We did it again.
Check this out.
Nah, you check it out, man. You hijacks are checking out. Because you better check this out, man. We did it again, man. ThaWaDa Ahk for surfing the wave. 9 above the barrier, man. What a night, man. We entering Mopai. We've been digging on level 1. Okay, let me get my documents. All right. So, the practitioner entering the level 2 training has filled their lower dantian with yang qi to 100% capacity through the meditation training in level 1. They said you need like 500 hours of just meditation because only a certain portion of that is true meditation. Now the purpose of the second level is for the student to compress and compact the yang qi currently residing inside of the lower dantian, or your lower abdomen, the yin, right? And to also to continue the meditation practice in order to accumulate more yang qi in the lower dantian, right? Or abdomen flow. So through a persistent practice of compressing and accumulating yang qi in the dantian, the final goal of the level 2 training is to eventually increase the amount of yang qi or qi inside of the lower dantian to twice the normal capacity. In the level 2 training, the student is practicing both the previous meditation techniques and also the level 2 horse stance exercise. Below is an analysis of level 2 horse stance exercise that highlights the important aspects involved, allowing readers to assimilate an understanding of the underlying mechanics, man. You know what I mean? So, with the horse stance, you know, it's a very popular training method in almost all energy cultivation systems and martial arts throughout China. In regards to energy practice, many masters teach that the horse stance focuses the energy in the lower dantian, preventing it from leaking to other areas of the body and allowing a practitioner to ascend at an accelerated pace. The notion of preventing the leaking of energy is also associated with the full lotus sitting position. So you don't want no energy to leak, man. From a physical perspective, the horse stance predominantly strengthens the lower body, as weight lifters will explain the lower body is connected with one's testosterone levels. For this reason, it is easy to understand why the secret for many bodybuilders is actually in their leg training. With higher testosterone levels, an individual is able to put on heavy amounts of muscle mass in a shorter period of time. The elixir, Jing, the first dantian, is known as vitality. This is because the first dantian has a direct correlation with the physical body and will be cultivated in tandem with a stronger and healthier body. Secondly, increasing one's connection with their body also enhances meditation practice, considering the trinity of mind, body, and spirit. When one is working with their body, they are increasing their control over the mind and allowing themselves to cultivate spirit. The lower dantian is the organ on the etheric body, dragon body, immortal body. This is what we're building up to, the vessel in which the spirit is contained, made of tissue that acts as a container with the function of storing and refining, renewing, right? The dragon renewing the yang qi, that fire, right? Filling the lower dantian is often referred to as building the foundation. This is because the lower dantian serves as the foundation for supplying the force, my naga. The force, we're talking Star Wars. The force behind a person's capability to purify the energy centers along the spine. In esoteric terms, the capacity of the lower dantian is literally the strength of a person's kundalini, or kum, to rise, kundalana. Therefore, the lower dantian plays an important role with regards to purifying and activating the etheric dragon body. In this regard, the lower dantian is similar to the engine inside of a car. Many traditions include the Shalong monks understand this and also begin their internal training with lower dantian breathing, very similar to the Mopai method. Last part is this, my nog is for this, man. Mopai limits the breathing to the stomach area in order to focus exclusively on filling the lower dantian with yang qi. As such, when focusing exclusively on the lower dantian, it becomes filled at a faster pace. Natural breathing fills all three dantians, right? Your heart, your lower abdomen, and your mind, your mind bone, your third eye, right? Your pineal gland, right? Natural breathing fills all three dantians, but at a slower pace. Mopai focuses on filling the lower dantian exclusively because the later training leading up to fusion is not concerned with the middle and upper dantian. Mopai training takes a different route towards nirvana, not concerned with climbing the ladder of chakras, and instead makes an effort to combine the two energies, yang qi and yin qi, inside of the lower dantian. Wow. You climb that ladder like Jacob's ladder. You get a new name because you wrestled with an angel. You wrestled with the dragon. You've overcome yourself. You coded up. You tribed up with you. You keep the code. Now your force is connecting, and the connection is the electricity. Can you control it? Are you ready? You got the fire burning. You got the water flowing. Halal HaWah. Halal HaWah. Halal HaWah. We did it again. Tribe up, my love. Keep the water flowing and keep the fire burning and keep the code. Halal HaWah. Shalom, Shabbat. Stay up. Suda. Choose up. Drop nation. Baruka. Kum kum. Kum Shabbat. Keep rising, my nuggets. Above all static. Dodge all hijacks. Dodge your own hijacks. You know what I'm saying? Mind your diet. Get your exercise. Get in the horse stance and breathe, man. That's all we saying. Allow, we got our breath back. We got our security back. We got our elixir back. We got, wow. We are renewed, Khan. Amaru, Khan. Wow. Shalom.